2022 Candidates Tournament on GMHikaru's channel. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm joined today by a very special friend of mine, two-time U.S. Women's Champion Jennifer Shahade, a well-known author. She recently came out with a book, Chess Queens, podcast host, and overall promoter of the game of chess. So I'm really excited to have you here today, Jen.
I'm so excited, Irina. And, I'm also really excited about the game, which has begun. Of course, we're going to be focusing on Nakamura versus Rapport. And, I wasn't sure what to expect out of the opening. We were thinking maybe a ready, but in fact, it looks like it's a Roy.
Yeah, so I'm definitely a little bit surprised because I've studied the history of these two players, and Rapport, as far as I can see, has never played 1e4 against Hikaru. He's always preferred a knight f3 as white, going knight f3 g3 or knight f3 b3. But I guess, he took a look at Hikaru's game against Caruana in the first round. And I think what we're seeing is actually like an exact repetition of that line. So Hikaru plays the Berlin defense like he did against Caruana. And then we see the anti-Berlin, where white just simply protects that pawn rather than going into castles and allowing black to capture it. Bishop c5, bishop c6, and castles. Now the pawn is under attack, and Hikaru just moves the bishop back to protect it. So yeah, this is seemingly a total repeat of the first round, Jen.
Right. And, I'm not that surprised because it is Rapport actually played e4 earlier in this event. So clearly seems like it's the actual preparation. But it does seem it's a bit different, right? In the game versus Fabi played 6 knight b to d2 rather than castling right away. Will it transpose directly?
Yeah, exactly. This seems to be the first new move, bishop g5. I remember in that game, he went knight d2 and kind of had this interesting knight b3 to a5 idea. So this is definitely reported as the first one to swerve off the path. Bishop g5. I mean, of course, the move is pretty typical. Personally, what I would think of myself, is h6. Hikaru just put it on the board because the ideas of playing g5 are very common for this line, although I'm not sure that Hikaru is going to want to immediately play g5. You have to be a little bit worried, that white will go, let's say, bishop g3, maybe d4, opening up the center right away. Although I suppose, g5, it is a critical move. We can take a look at it. Let's see.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think that he's asking Hikaru to play for this, This type of idea of playing h6 and g5 is so trending in so many positions that you wouldn't expect it. So what are the pros and cons here?
Yeah, well, I mean, the pro of playing g5, it's like an aggressive move that breaks the pin. I would say the main cons of the position is that, black's king is in the center, their development is a bit worse, and you're basically provoking white to try to open up the game quickly. So like, for example, let's take a look. Well, I kind of wish we could get our bishop out and then play knight d7, but let's say we defend this with knight d7 the way he did in the game with Caruana, with the difference being that his bishop was already in e6 against Caruana. So I would be concerned about this kind of move. He had something, very similar, but there's knight d2, knight c4 coming. So this is what I would be careful about as black, right? Getting stuck with a king in the center and unable to castle.
I think you want to castle queenside. That's why the move that struck me right away would be playing queen e7. And, maybe deciding later whether we can put our bishop on g4 or e6 possibly, and see about castling long, because surely the center or the king side is not that fun right now. By the way, I see in Hikaru's chat, we had a comment. I wonder if the ladies will interact with chat. Captain Ketchup. Well, there's your answer, Captain Ketchup.
Yeah, that's what we do, guys. We do a lot of interaction with the chat, so don't worry. You put in good questions, we will definitely get to them. So interesting that Hikaru went with bishop e6. Yeah, so this, of course, is his preparation, no doubt. I mean, he still has a bit more time on the clock. It's really good that he managed to not be caught out by surprise by Rapport's bishop g5. And let's try to understand what is going on with the e5 pawn in this position, Jen, because he just left it hanging.
Right. He just it's there. Let's take it. Well, there is a queen d4 idea, right? Which is a very typical idea in the Ruy Lopez. You know, that's actually one of the key lines that makes the Ruy Lopez playable. Yep. Otherwise, you could just, in the very beginning of the opening, we can show it later for those who aren't Ruy Lopez players, you could just win a pawn. So this double attack is very iconic to the Ruy Lopez itself. And now we win the b2 pawn, which you might say that's a poison pawn. But, and actually, I would be very scared of this as black. Yeah. But, you know, the point is that Hikaru studied this before the game. He's not making it up at the board. That makes things a little less scary, not to mention the fact that he's one of the greatest players in the world. So I think that I would be scared here that rook b1 is coming and that it would like mess up my queenside castles plan. So why should I not be scared? One thing I think that's key to note here is there's not that many pieces left on the board. So the idea of, you know, getting mated is a little bit less scary. And yeah, g4 also misplaces that knight, as you're pointing out.
Yeah, this is definitely, I would say, without any preparation, if I just had to look at this position, I would be so scared by the open file here against my king, where, well, my king eventually wants to go. But what are black's advantages? I would say the nice dark square diagonal, especially having that square for the queen, right? It's really helpful.
Good point. Yeah, not having no dark squared bishops on the board. Great point. Yeah, because for two reasons, because it's not attacking our a7 pawn, and then also it gives our queen all these lovely squares to nestle into. And the knights just aren't very powerful either, right? Like that bishop on e6 is stopping the knight on c4 or b3 from getting kind of nasty, and even the queen on d1 is finding it troublesome to get into the attack. And when you want to attack, using your queen is so important.
Yeah, I mean, like, for example, let's try f4, because it just seems like a very natural move to me to look into with f5 ideas. I mean, yeah, without the help of the engine, I would have to say that I would prefer this position for white probably, but the engine bar is definitely showing that this is quite okay for
en passant's allowed. Okay. Yeah. I gotta do that en passant. I don't want you getting f5 on me. That really. Little
tactics here, I guess, right? There's something like that. You can't take with a knight. That's important. You can't improve that knight. I suppose you could go back. And it's interesting that now black gets a similar open file against white's king as white has against black's king.
Let's take a look. So it looks like bishop e6 has brought Rapport into the tank because he's thinking now. So you mentioned bishop takes e5. What about knight takes e5?
Yeah. So that's the other main alternative. And I guess here we're going to have to go after this bishop, which is the typical idea of this line, you know, that was also featured in his game with Caruana. That was like such a big theme of black going after that bishop on g3. And yeah, let's see. Actually, well, this is the more exciting line, Jen. It has to be said that out of these two, actually, well, you know, it's hard to say, you know, since Rapport is thinking, I would say for someone that doesn't have a computer preparation, this move that we just looked at is probably I would still have to say that I think it's going to be played. It actually feels like, you know, maybe like a less risky move for white, because knight e5, h5, I mean, of course, he knows by this point that he's in Hikaru's preparation. And well, let's see what happens on h4. We're just going to take. That's the problem.
So look at h3. Did you want to look at h3? Yeah. So yeah, and now and this pawn's like really not a good one to lose, because you might say, oh, it's doubled pawns, we'll pick them up later. But actually that pawn on h4 could become an attacking nuisance against your king on g1, right? So you don't want to lose that pawn. So I think there's like two candidate moves here, h3 or also knight f3, kind of dealing with the threat of h4 with bishop takes d6. But let's look at h3 first. So
Yeah.
h3 now, if you play h4, there's just the simple bishop h2. That's why you made that little hole there.
Yeah. It's very interesting how it looks like the best way to play is just kind of slow playing this pawn sack, right? You want to go h4 and then g4. So you're putting the rook on g8 to prepare that push. And yeah, this seems pretty attractive for black. I mean, let's try. I mean, let's just try knight f3 here. I'm just curious. Like knight f3, what's the big problem with it? Is it just? I mean, I want to take on d6. So
I think one thing could be that, remember, we always have those ideas of bishop g3, takes on g3, g4, and again, you're going to run into this potential queen d4, right?
Yeah, that's a good one. And the rook is going to open up. And
your coordination between the knight on e5 and the bishop on g3 is just so weak. It's like they're kind of tripping into each other, and the knight doesn't have a lot of good squares. So maybe we should look at the main line being then knight f3, just hoping to trade off those bishops without making any weaknesses. The thing is that Hikaru is not yet castled. So sometimes Richard reports early castling can come to haunt him as Hikaru just goes at him with h4, g4, and rook g8, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, the lines here are really cool. And I have to say, I mean, I'm very pleased to see how this game is going for black. I kind of feel that I'm not sure why Rapport went fishing in these waters. He didn't have a very successful e4 opening against Duda. By the way, we see him there on the video camera. And yeah, someone compared him. I saw it on Facebook, Jen, two side-by-side photos of Richard Rapport and Kurt Cobain. And I have to say, I mean, I see the resemblance.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that beautiful long hair.
Yeah, beautiful long hair and even the facial features. Yeah, look, I mean, but anyway, I'm not sure why he went into this. I mean, so he basically, following Caruana's game, seems to be out prepared and surprised now by Hikaru. And more than that, I feel like Hikaru is actually going to be really eager to get a second chance at this kind of position, because that first game was very disappointing for him after he got a perfect opening and middle game. And now he gets like a second chance at it. I think he's just going to be thrilled.
Oh yeah, these lines are incredibly exciting. I'm thrilled too. I remember when people used to groan about the Berlin. Well, this isn't the Berlin to groan about, Irina. This is a really exciting one. I mean, this is a critical moment for a Rapport. So the game is not frozen. I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks for another, while here. Although wait, I just as I said that, he makes a move. The commentators curse. He didn't take the pawn with either the knight or the bishop, Irina. It looks like he played the move queen d2, not what we expected.
Yeah, okay. I think that was a third option. Of course, from our point of view, it makes sense to first examine this pawn, the acceptance of the pawn sack. But queen d2 is actually quite an interesting move. I suppose there's lines where you can try to put the queen on c3, right, attacking this pawn. Not the most common kind of maneuver, I would say. I guess queen a5 probably not, because it would always run into c5. But anyway, Hikaru plays knight d7. So basically, he's just setting himself up the way he did in the Caruana game. It's like literally, I mean, it's just amazing actually how this is going, Jen, because he's getting to play all the same moves. Like everything is the same. Bishop b6, h6, g5, knight d7. And on d4, which is, likely to happen, I guess we're going to see f6 again, right? Because you got to keep the center closed.
Right. And then what will white do here?
I mean, it's interesting. In the game with Caruana, he took with a knight, and that was the more appropriate move in that position. Here, I see the engine is giving f takes as a better move. It's interesting what the difference is, because in Caruana's game, it was definitely better to get off this knight. I'm trying to remember why. The reason is that when you start going h5, h4, because you've traded off that knight, white doesn't have h4. So that was why that was a good idea. And it's not like a bad idea here, but for some reason this is better, and it's kind of interesting why. Of course, the position of the knight is different.
Well, also maybe we can get our queen to f6 now. And we've protected the pawn on e5 yet another time, and we're looking to play those h5, h4 moves and punish white.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, because the difference between the Caruana game is that by this point in the game, like Caruana's knight was on a5 and the rook was on b8. So it was different. Actually, I get the point, Jen, because rook b8 has not been forced. Black can actually castle queenside very easily and deal with the king. And I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, queen a5 is an idea to potentially stop that. So like, let's take a look. Suppose queen a5, queen f6, right? Mm-hmm. So again, I'm looking at playing h5, knight d2. So I can't castle right now, right? I can't play queenside castles, but at the same time, you don't have a threat. So I could consider playing like h5 here, right? And just say like, hey, I'll castle later. What's the big deal?
Yeah, so h5, h4, right? I mean, this is really like what white is relying on. In this position, this h4 move. Well, what to do now? We don't really want to go g4 because it just closes things up and even allows.
We kind of wanted to go g4, not allowing this, right? Because if we play g4 now, knight g5 is a very nice square for that knight, right? Knight g5, hard to oustit, and just very irritating indeed.
Yep. And so what else can we do? I mean, yeah, there is this kind of line where we take, and let's say bishop takes and queen g7. So the king gets stuck in the center. Maybe it's not the end of the world, because you know what I like about this position, Jen, is that black is a lot more centralized while white is kind of more scattered. Like he's got the bishop there, the queen on the other side of the board. Not that much, harmony between those pieces going on. And, black is just going rook g8 and threatening g2 soon.
Yeah, and then what are you going to do then? You actually don't have that many great options. You don't want to put your bishop back on g3 and allow me to play maybe a6 and castle. So yeah, this is a thrilling position. I'm super excited to see what's going to happen next. And as it pointing out in the chat that Hikaru seems very comfortable as he is playing his moves instantly. Indeed, it's one of those things where I think, Richard has also seen this position. Don't be fooled. The fact that he's thinking does not mean that he's never seen it ever before. He'd probably be thinking even longer if he was totally on his own, right, Irina?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean,
he's just not totally, he's not 100% decided. Maybe he looked at something a little bit different this morning. But Nakamura has definitely got his analysis very well planned.
Yeah, I mean, so far it is a little bit of a mystery here, right? Because, white is the one who chose the opening. He pretty much could put Hikaru on the Berlin pretty easily, and yet he still chose this. And he had the background information of the Caruana game in the first round, and still it seems like he's the one who is out of preparation more, right? I mean, of course, he's seen the position, he's seen the Caruana game, little differences, right, in the placement of the knight. But I mean, yeah, Hikaru seems very comfortable, and just having used 5 minutes now, he's thinking. But I assume he's going to play f6 just like he did against Caruana, and we're going to see some of these lines that we were talking about. What's interesting, Jen? So yeah, what happens here is an interesting point. This is quite relevant. In the Caruana game, Hikaru had his queen already on e7 ready to defend this pawn. But in this position, what if they go queen c3, right? Because that's actually the tricky little point, queen d2, and leaving the knight behind is that you got c3 a little bit faster. And now if he just tries to crack through on the e5 pawn, forcing us to take, which we don't really want to
do. Good point. Good point. Okay. So you're saying, I don't want to take on d4. Is there anything else I can do? You're saying that there's just no way to defend the pawn enough times.
Yeah, the only thing is like some kind of tricky stuff like this, although I'm not sure what is this. Pawn takes, I guess pawn takes works out for black, who kind of like traps the rook into the corner, but the queen needs to move. And then we don't have this pawn protected. So I mean, yeah, we have to rely on some weird
Yeah, some weird tactics, but the problem
Yeah.
is G4 ideas, you have the in-between move taking on F6, so
Yeah.
that doesn't necessarily help. Just curious, what if we just everything takes on E5 and we castle queenside, like before, without bishop
Oh
E4?
yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
wondering if we have any compensation there, considering that you only have your queen developed, but
Yeah. The problem is, yeah, I mean,
there's
well, the
probably too
problem
many
is
trades,
yeah, and
right?
the queen is really well developed, right? The queen is amazing on e5,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
So we probably have like a tiny bit of compensation here, but not enough for a pawn, right? I mean, like, yeah, we can play rook d2, which is cool, but I'm sorry, we can't. We can play rook d2 later after playing like rook
Yeah.
f8.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's still not quite enough here. No.
Mhm.
Okay, so no to just giving up the pawn, which means we probably have to take on d4, right? Even though,
So yeah, I think we have to take on d4, which is yeah. So Hikaru went to f6. We're likely to see this. I mean,
yeah, because this is tempting for white, for sure, for sure.
yeah,
Now
because
that I'm looking at it, forcing a structural change seems very appealing to white. So
yep.
queen c3 here, and now after taking on d4, you're going to take with a knight. Okay, you could take with the queen as well, right?
Yeah, I could also take with the queen, but I guess it makes sense to get that knight out of
Yeah.
the dangerous position and into the center with a tempo. So something like that. Well, the good news for black is that black is going to be able to get the king out of the center soon.
Oh yeah, yeah. Queenside castle. It's such a great move to be able to play.
Yeah.
Bishop takes d6 here. Which would we take with, the queen or the pawn?
It's interesting. You really can do both, but I guess the nice thing about taking with the queen is that you get this e5 square as well.
Yeah, and you have firm control over the e5 square if you take with the pawn, on the other hand. But there is something that's a little concerning here. I'm a little nervous about some ideas with like you're putting out knight c6 when I try to castle on queenside. And yeah. And so you remember I was trying to play queen a5 earlier. Like, these things could become a little bit riskier now.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting because in the game with Caruana, there was a moment when this trade happened, and Hikaru took with a c pawn, which was correct for that position. In this position, like given like where white's queen and knight are, definitely castling queenside, which is the main plan, it's going to feel more risky, right? Like this pawn is a little weak. The squares, there's like this airiness around the king. That one is a target. So it actually makes sense that with the queen, it's a much more solid structure. I love keeping that pawn. Well, I mean, the pawn would be there anyway, but I like making sure there's no sacrifices on c6.
Yeah, well said. And knight e6 is not something we're that worried about because your knight on d4 is actually really strong, right? So
Yep.
yeah, we like our bishops a lot in this case. It's a fair deal.
Yeah, I was a little worried about queen c3 when I first saw this move, but because I really wanted to keep the center closed, but I realized it's closed enough. Yes, you can even get one of my bishops, but honestly, black's structure is pretty solid here. And with the way that he can comfortably castle his king on the next move, I rather like where this is going for black.
Let me see. Well, what's the current position, Irina? Who's thinking at this moment?
Richard.
So Richard's thinking after f6. And so we're thinking his candidate move. So far we've come up with 2, right? Or 3. We've looked at taking on e5. We've looked at queen c3. We've looked at queen a5. Okay. Now I want to look at every move, especially ones that some players who are taught that you should look at forcing moves might look at. What about the move d5?
Yeah, d5. Fortunately, I already know from the Caruana game that move is not dangerous, because that was an idea there too. I mean, we just take, and we move the bishop anywhere, actually. f7, f5 is good. I guess g4 is good. I mean, basically, yeah, I mean, this is not going to happen because then these two pieces are completely restricted by like our powerful pawns.
Yeah, this is a great example of your aggression coming to bite back at you, right? Because of course Rapport is not going to play this, but It looks actually fantastic for black because those 4 pawns on h6, g5, f6, and e5 are going to cause those 2 minor pieces massive annoyances, right? They're going to come after them. And so you get one moment of bliss of playing d5 and then a whole game of misery. And that kind of thing happens a lot in chess when you get a chance to make one aggressive move, but then you're punished strategically for the whole game. So I think it's kind of an instructive moment.
Yeah, Jen, I tell my students, chess is not just about making one move threats, right? Like you experience some pleasure attacking your opponent's pieces, but then what is the long-term outcome of this move? The long-term outcome is that you've just relegated these 2 pieces to misery for quite a long time. The pawn structure is not favorable for white here, like black's massive center over here in king side is just very effective. So yeah, that move is not going to happen. And actually he's thinking, but what's interesting, Jen, because we do have some clues, right, about his thought process here. And I think the move queen d2 is actually was a huge clue, because this is not a random move, right? Like no one would do that move without some very specific ideas, because obviously if you wanted to make a normal move, you'd be developing your minor piece and not moving your queen. So he knows about queen c3. There's like no doubt about that, because otherwise this move makes so little sense, right? And therefore, I think, I mean, he will be going for this. I just don't think it's very dangerous for black.
Yeah, or queen a5 is tempting as well. But the thing about queen a5 is that it doesn't have quite as nice of a resting spot there, huh?
Yeah, interesting. Queen a5, because I mean, we don't really necessarily want to go b6, right? b6 kind of provokes the weakness on c6.
Yeah, I don't want to play b6 at all, because also remember, I'm thinking about castling queenside, so that would create quite an annoying weakness for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, if anything, I want to play like a6 later so that I can castle long.
Yeah, it's on the board, Jen. So he went queen c3.
And, so he did go queen c3. All right.
Let me get back into our position. Queen c3 and e takes d4.
Immediate. So, following his prep with a 20, not a 20 minute, not quite 20 minute, but an over 15 minute advantage on the clock to kick things off. Nakamura is playing speedy.
Yeah.
And we are expecting knight takes d4 here. Did I mention queen takes d4 originally? I think I did. And we talked about how, that left open the idea of g4. The knight actually kind of wanted to improve itself on the f3 square. So knight d4 way more logical than queen d4. So I expect we'll see that pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's right. I think we're going to see knight takes d4. We see in the chat the guys talking about fingers crossed Hikaru doesn't castle short today. Well, I think you can rest easy. I mean, I really think that one thing that's not going to happen is we're not going to be getting any Magnus tweets today about Hikaru's king safety. I mean, I know I'm sure that Hikaru has learned that painful lesson from his game against Caruana, and like one thing that's going to happen is that his king is going to stay safe in this game. That's my prediction, Jen.
Yeah, Rayo231 also, as you were saying the word, says Magnus will tweet again. We can't let that happen.
Yeah. So fun to see a streamer invited to a chess tournament. Yeah, or maybe it's it's fun to see a chess player streaming. Yeah, it's the other way to look at it. Maybe Hikaru could think about going pro in chess. Yeah, I'm sure he'll give it some thought. Yeah, he's black again. It's unfortunate, but I actually think it's not that unfortunate. I mean, I think this game, I don't know, it just looks like this game is not going it's not going in a bad direction for him at all. It just seems like for black, he's again getting a very reasonable middle game. And I mean, what else can happen here, Jen? So of course, the problem that, the reason I wasn't so thrilled about allowing this trade on d4 to happen is that like both of your bishops are under threat, right? So we're losing our bishop pair here. Let's see what that really means, right? Let's say they take, so we know we want to take with the queen.
Yeah, we've gone over taking with the queen, and now we've looked at knight takes e6. Is there anything else to look at? I don't know.
I think we haven't looked at it in this order. We looked at it in the other order. So like queen b3, and now, well, what do we have on the board? Is it just some really boring knight and double rook endgame? I guess the things I'm a little concerned, right? Because we do have a worse pawn structure in a way. Here we have the doubled pawns versus the 4 against 3 healthier majority. Of course, our knight is quite well placed and our king will go to e7 likely, I think. So this kind of line, Jen, I think is almost like the extent of what white is dreaming about here. And by the way, he did take on d6. So I think there is a reasonable chance that we're now going to see the second capture. What else can he do other than that capture? Is like rook d1 a move?
Yeah, or maybe take on e6. They don't like that. C5 wins the piece, right?
Yeah,
So that's the thing about the knight being on b1. It's hampering white's development, which takes out some possibilities. So what about knight e6, queen e6, followed by, instead of queen b3, something else? What about like queen b4 here, or queen somewhere like queen b4 or queen a5 or queen a3, with the idea of like playing knight c3 and playing the middle game and getting that knight to a nice square.
Yeah, so we need to think, where do we want this knight to actually go? Which square? I mean, okay, f5 is a nice little outplay, maybe d4. So
you're thinking the knight might want to go to d2 just straight away. Yeah, I hear that. Because it could go from d2 to c4 to e3 to f5, or from knight d2 to f3 to d4, or knight b3.
Yeah, so let's try. I mean, yeah, right now either knight b3 or knight f3. Okay, let's just try this. See what's happening. Okay, well, that seems to blunder a pawn. So I guess at some point in your strategic plans, you got to make sure you don't hang any pawns. Okay, that means that rook fe1 is necessary. Yeah, okay, but now we can even go knight e5, right? Like, I mean, I would say this is quite a nice, simple move. There could be others, but I think that that's enough to understand that, black is doing okay. Yeah, I guess there's another way to try to get in, but, our outpost on e5 is no worse than like the outpost on f5 for white.
Yeah, and there's just so limited. It seems like there's such limited tactical ideas for white, because in the middle game, this phalanx of pawns that is protecting Hikaru's king is so powerful that even if you had more pieces on the board, it would be hard to attack it. But you literally have a knight and a queen. It's nothing. And in a way, it feels like this position is easier to play for black. Like, we keep puzzling over the moves for white, but then with black, we're like, oh, that. And I think that, honestly, Rapport might decide that his best odds of getting anything at all are going for that queen trade that you.
Yeah, he went for it, Jen. Yeah, he went for queen b3. And okay, I can say I'm a little disappointed to see how this is playing out, in the sense like, well, we're getting the queens off the board early, not because I don't like Hikaru's position, but just, of course it's not going to be like a fascinating middle game, like along some of the lines that we've seen so far. What we're going to get is a rather, staid endgame instead. And I guess it's time for us, Jen, to start evaluating this position again. And just understanding, is there really any problem for black here or not? So maybe white can go knight d2.
Yeah, you're talking, again, where I have this question of the knight, because a lot of people, I think, instinctively would just play knight to c3. Yeah. But the problem is that Hikaru's structure is actually really nicely poised to handle that knight. So the money squares are occupied by Hikaru's pawn, and then the pawn on e4 is blocking our knight from going to the e4 square. So it's actually kind of a bad square, even though it's the most natural square. So that's something to keep in mind. So knight d2 is probably preferable. Here, Hikaru could castle queenside, which is kind of a nice move, in that you're developing your rook to the d file instantly, and you're keeping your king a little bit more central than you would if you castled short. So normally we like to castle short more than long, because our king gets closer to safety. But here it's actually kind of the opposite, that we're happy that our king is a little closer to the center.
Yeah. I mean, so like, let's say knight d2 happens. I am kind of curious, Jen, like what we want to do with our king. Of course, castles queenside is good. I wonder, like, how bad is our king really on e7 or even f7?
I think they're actually good in those squares. My thing is that castling queenside, we save a move, right?
Yeah. Also,
we get to move our king and connect our rooks and attack d2 at the same time. It feels like that's the reason. Like if we could play king e7 and rook d8 at once, maybe that would be the best, right? But
Yeah.
that's not allowed.
So yeah, actually king e7 is not optimal because I think it steps into that check eventually. Um, so if we castle, yeah, let's take a look. I mean, let's say, okay, we'll see there's little tactics along the way. Like for example, you don't have knight c4 because of this small problem, right? So actually, yeah, there are some tactical features of this position that don't even allow white to set up everything he wants. He needs to be quite careful. Like, okay, let's say they go like rook d1. How do we deal
Knight
with
d4
this?
could be a bit annoying here, right? We're just getting, let's see, knight d4. Yeah, you do have c3, but
Yeah.
as you point out, knight e2 check knight f4, and now your d3 square is problem.
This is also a
So
very interesting one. Like you can try to go here to stop the knight from moving anywhere because of the attack on the pawn. Also, you want to double the rooks and just win the game. So you're making them go here. Now this little pawn move could, gives you an additional square on the d file, which could be nice for the knight, right? So let's just take a look at this. I mean, I guess what's going on here is the fight for the d file is going in black's favor.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
this is
bad.
looking nice, right?
Yeah, that looks really nice. And it's also really cool that the knight on e6 protects the c5 square. Yeah, I feel like this is quite a pain for white. They're not going to want to get into this and try to figure out how to unravel and avoid losses. They probably want to need to try to do something like rook e1, king f1, king e2. But again, that f4 square is a problem, so you're going to have to preface it with g3 at some point. Just not a fun one, and Richard would certainly try to avoid this position.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a good illustration of what black is going for in this line. And I have to say that this knight on e6 is just a brilliant piece. And now we're starting to appreciate it. Like why, for example, when he was faced with his queen trade, right, he did not just trade right away. No, like knight c5 is a very precise move because the knight really is very good on e6. As you would expect a knight in the center, but like at the moment he has like 3 squares that can be important that he's got his eye on, which is a lot. And it's hard for white to take away all of them, right? Like there's only so much you can do. All these moves contain like little drawbacks. So I don't know. Like rook d1, white can start with. I guess the idea is not to let us castle. I get it, right? But we go king f7, rook d8. I mean, I just don't see black having any trouble. Oh
Rook
yeah,
d7 check. So yeah, I'd probably stick with a.
Oh, look, we can go back, Jen. It's not.
Oh
funny.
yeah. That's an unusual way to repeat moves. I've never seen that before. That would be cool, right?
Yeah, that's so funny. Again, the knight on e6 doing such a great job. Even though I blundered rook d7 and we're still not losing because of the knight protecting the
But now we can't try to castle queenside. That's the only thing. Although, I mean, who knows? Maybe it'll work. I mean, we can't try to castle short even, or if the rook moves away, we can't castle queenside.
Yeah, that's right.
Just another rook d7 check. That would be a very hilarious way to score the draw. But I think the game will continue a little bit. A lot of people are saying short draw, short draw. I don't know. I think it might continue because there's some imbalances here with as Irina has been pointing out, this beautiful harmony. I mean, like the knight on e6, it seems like it can do no wrong, whereas the knight on c3 seems like it can do no right, Irina. Like we haven't barely seen one variation where the knight on c3 is useful, right?
Yeah, so this line that we have right here, like it does seem a little annoying for black in the sense that in this line, we've allowed white to double the rooks, and basically they're threatening to just trade off everything. And you see, this is not something I would like to see Hikaru in, like some position like that. I mean, I'm not saying, I don't know exactly. I mean, how much he's analyzed this endgame. I don't like the idea of going into like just a pure knight endgame where we lose all initiative. And, they say that knight endgames are very similar to king and pawn endgames. And we would immediately recognize this king and pawn endgame is very problematic for black, given that black has doubled pawns and white has a healthy majority. So, I mean, maybe this is a draw, but I would think that black has to do some work here, and I would kind of hope that Hikaru either that he's like knows this exact end game and just knows how he's going to be making the draw, or that he's just going to avoid it.
Suffering is here for sure. And the reason they say that these knight endgames are similar to pawn endgames is because unlike other pieces, unlike a rook or a bishop, you can't lose time with knight, right? You can't just like hold the position. You always have to make that move. In rook endgames and bishop endgames, well, certainly in rook endgames, there's always these checks that often allow you to keep the balance. That kind of thing just doesn't exist in a knight endgame. So yeah, let's avoid this, Irina. How do we get to this position, and how can we make sure it doesn't happen again?
Yeah, well, okay. First of all, on rook d1 did happen. So Rapport
Okay, rook d1 happened.
stopped
Okay.
Hikaru from castling, and Hikaru, instead of going king f7 and like kind of losing tempo with rook d7, played king e7. Okay, so that makes sense. He's not giving white like a free tempo to double up the rooks. And now Rapport is thinking.
Right. Okay, so that's how it happened, because we were just joking about how if king f7, rook d7 check, white could go for a draw. But then you realize that you could just play rook to d3, which actually helps you double the rooks later on, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, king e7 doesn't allow that free kind of like rook lift, right? So now if you try to do the exact same thing with like knight d2 or knight c, I think you were trying it with c3, right? Rook d3, knight c3, and rook d1.
Yeah.
So if you tried to do that here, rook d8, once you play rook d3, it's completely different because we can actually take it. And now you have a weak pawn that our knight on e6 is perfectly poised to attack, as well as rook d8. So this would definitely not happen. Hikaru would be very much in the driver's seat here. So it shows just how much these little tempi matter in the end game too.
Yeah, I mean, so white is now likely to go here. And so I think he still has like these kinds of ideas in mind of just improving the knight, because obviously d2 is not the final destination. Now we have to figure out, like, is if we just make the obvious move rook d8, okay, I mean, we can do it. Where are we going though afterwards? Like, because like we said, we don't really want to trade rooks. If we trade the rooks, we lose the dynamism of the position, and then we kind of left, kind of a worse pawn structure. So if we don't do that, like what is the kind of counterplay that we have here? I mean, let's say we go,
but can we put our rook? Yeah, could we put our rook on d8 and then just after knight c4, then just do something else? Like we don't have to take on d1, right?
We don't have to. The only question is what to do, right? Because I guess they're gonna go like, they're gonna go f3, king f2, maybe. A c3 somewhere. Like white can do little improvements, and so we don't really want to be stuck in a position where we don't have
anything to do. What about sticking our h pawn up the board? Just because it doesn't seem too negative, and maybe at some point we could put a rook on h4. Not anymore, but you played f3. Now would h3 be a good move here or a bad move?
Yeah, I think unfortunately it doesn't really help us because we're not going to succeed in opening the file. They're just going to block everything. And if anything, I don't know, this pawn feels like it could be a weakness in the future.
Yeah, it's a little risky strategically, right? Like it could work out, but if it doesn't work out, it could be kind of ugly.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I would be careful about that.
Maybe just keep it on h4, I would say, like keep that, because also that does give us that nice f4 square. So I like just holding this, but holding can be hard. Like, what do we do? Just shuffle, just king f7 to e7. I mean,
yeah, it's a little annoying to be reduced to that, right? I mean, you can play, I don't know, c5. Sure, you can do that move. It doesn't seem particularly harmful. White's gonna go a4, a5. Like, I mean, they're gonna probe you, right? And so this is kind of the danger for Hikaru is like, it doesn't seem to be any danger on the surface, but like, it's definitely going to be easier for white to improve their position than for black. So this is on the board, knight d2. And so this is where Hikaru needs to figure out, is there even a point in going rook d8, or should he invest his time somehow differently? And what kind of plan would be
good point. Yeah,
productive?
That's a good point, because I think also if the rook is not doing anything on d8, maybe you could play a5 and use the rook somewhere else. This one.
Oh, you know what's really interesting? Because I see this line and I was like, this just seems ridiculous, this move, right? Like, why would you ever want to go knight d4 just so that when you get attacked? I mean, there's 0 point to that check. I mean, there's 0 point in this like little circling around. just so to go back to e6. But then I'm like, we did talk about some potential benefit from weakening the d3 square. So that's actually a very subtle kind of idea. I don't know how useful it is, but I mean, it does seem somewhat, interesting to provoke white to play c3, which you normally really wouldn't want to do. But Hikaru didn't go for this. He actually went for your idea, Jen, of h5.
Yeah. It's actually like, in a way, I was thinking you were talking about how surprising it is. And I'm thinking about it and I'm like, well, yeah, it's surprising, but the reality is that black kind of maximized his position so quickly, right? Whereas white is still like has the better structure, but was a little bit slower about the king and the knight development. So it kind of makes sense that black's the one who can take the luxury of doing something kind of weird. Because if they don't, and as we looked at, they end up having to just play king f7 to king e7. Well, hey, I mean, you could have wasted that move on inducing a tiny, tiny weakness earlier, right? So it's kind of logical if you think about it.
Yep. And interestingly, okay, so now the knight basically is going to go to one of these two squares because the ultimate destination is e3. And okay, let's try knight c4. So what are we going to do here? I guess h4, and then, okay, let's say f3. And so we're in something very similar to what we looked at.
But with no rook on d8. So that's the key difference here, because of course, if white were to play, but that's the concern. Like suppose black plays something other than rook d8, like let's say he plays rook on a to g8, right?
Yep.
Or no, h to g8 maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, they're both.
But either way, and now let's say white were to play something similar. Okay, knight e3 to start, and at some point, I'm just saying we might be a little worried about the doubling that you looked at earlier, just like rook to d2 and rook to d1, because you could get into that situation where you're compelled to trade off rooks, right? Whereas once we have the rook on d8, you can't arrange it that easily, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. Black's position is maxed out here, isn't it, Jen? Like that's the point you made. Like we've improved our kingside pawns. Like we have our king in a pretty decent square, our knight in a good square. But like there's no point to going h3. There's no, there's no possibility to go g4. We might like to, but we just can't. And so, at this point, we just basically have to, start going back and like putting the rook on d8. And so that's, that is the limitation of black's position here, is that, white has a little pawn structure advantage, right? Which is like a classical advantage, right? It's something we learned quite early in chess, right, Jen, that these two double pawns are not as good as like the healthy pawn structure. And just to kind of like, what this makes me think of, guys, we told you we were going to go back and talk about some Rai Lopez basic ideas. What this reminds me of, Jen, is like really the whole concept of the exchange Spanish, right? Which is, I believe Eduardus Rosenthalis, he has a good book, something about the art of exchanging pieces. And he is actually a proponent of the exchange Spanish, has played a lot of games in it. And, here it goes, right? This is where we see this pawn structure and white going like, well, they can go d4, I think, immediately, or something like after castles. And
that's where we talked, by the way, about how earlier in the game there was that queen d4 tactic, right? And this is actually iconic because we need to be able to take with this pawn, so that after knight takes pawn, we have queen d4 attacking on e4 and e5. If this move was impossible, the Spanish would be like crushing. Everybody would have to play the bird opening or something after the Spanish, right? Or the Steinitz.
Yeah.
So this is very key to making the opening possible for black.
Right, exactly. And
making the move a6 possible.
Yes. So we got that double attack. And I'm like, and they go castles, I mean, okay, somehow we protect the pawn, but just as an example, right? Like, let's say here and here, and let's say here. Okay, well, I guess, maybe knight d4 is stronger, but there's lots of endgames that arise out of these positions. And you can see how this is very similar, right, guys? Like you can see the concept is essentially the same. You're trying to say like, okay, I have a better pawn structure. For that better pawn structure, I've given up the bishop pair. And that's that kind of strategic battle. You get something, you give something. And when we see the current position in Hikaru's game, that's what it takes us back, what it harkens back to is really the positions of the exchange Spanish, except black does not have the bishop pair here as compensation. But I mean, everything about their position is quite decent. But I see like, a little twinge of work that black has to do, Jen, like, because I guess, there's a good reason we learned that doubled pawns are, not optimal in chess. And even if the engine starts out saying it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, well, at a practical level, it is still harder to play as black.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's really important for our viewers because so many of them are saying draw, 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 easy draw. And yes, there's a good chance this game will be a draw, that Nakamura will draw it, but very, very good chance. But it's really key because I know there's a lot of aspiring great players in the chat as well, that you don't think that it's easy just because it looks easy. Because look at those little lines, think about how, if you forgot to defend the D file, rook D2 and rook D1 might come up, and then you might have to defend this poor knight endgame. So the best players in the world sometimes make defense look easy, but make no mistake about it, it isn't when you're sitting there. So, still put yourself in black's shoes and see, like, could you do it? Could you hold here? And by the way, I mean,
yeah,
if it's also, of course, possible that it goes the other way, that, sometimes white ends up pushing too hard and black ends up getting a good position, especially because of like the inherent dynamic possibilities in black's game.
So, yeah, I'm still fascinated, Jen, by this idea that, like, okay, instead of H5, he could have done this.
Yeah.
I'm still fascinated by the idea that you might just want to lose a tempo just to make white want to push a pawn. I'm curious to see, I mean, like, okay, like, let's say we go into the exact same line. Like, how important is that square? Okay, let's say we go here, you go here. Like, how am I supposed to, okay, H5 is useful because, I mean, there's always like a check coming where I might lose a pawn. So the pawn is good there. So what does white do to improve? Let's say they go F3.
Well, now though, whenever we play our knight F4 move, we always have access to that D3 square, which is pretty cool.
See, I like that. That's actually very subtle, isn't it? We might even be like, going to E5 one day, going from kind of up from E6 to E5, interestingly. Yeah, like, for example, you can't go king F2, or maybe you tactically can, but obviously you have to calculate knight D3. Yes, there's some ideas that on that move, eventually you're going to win my pawn. Like, let's say you go here and I like make some move like B6, right? So that I can freely take this pawn. So let's say I go B6. What's going to happen here? Okay. So let's say you're going to have to go like maybe moving the B pawn somewhere. It's kind of, I guess white wants to maybe move up these pawns at some point. Like knight D3, king E2, knight E5, maybe knight F4. Actually, we could try to like go for some sort of repetitions like this.
So, Irina, before we go on break, do you want to take a quick look at the other games? In particular, I would love to take a quick look at Nepomniachtchi versus Firouzja, because that one is in my favorite opening. And I think your favorite opening too, dare I say, the Sicilian?
Yeah,
I believe you were interviewed recently by the Girls Club, and we shared that love. There are the 4 games, and I took a peek at this one, and it is quite exciting.
Yeah, I didn't think you were going to choose the Ding Caruana game, Jen.
Critical to the match standings, but not quite as exciting as this one.
Yeah, no, this is definitely Hikaru's opening started out very promisingly. Like, now it's kind of in a different stage. It's already in the end game. But apart from that, like, this game is definitely shaping up to be the most exciting of the round. So Ali Reza goes for the Najdorf against Nepo. I mean, I would say it's a very fighting choice, right? F3, and they're actually going into this main line. Okay, so all of this is theory. Yeah, this is a famous game, Karyakin Anand, where I think it's Karyakin Anand. Anand, I think, is black in that game, B4. And how did that game go? I mean, there's a peace sack somewhere in these lines, Jen. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
I mean, I think I've seen so many games with this. Gosh, it's
Yeah.
blurry because
Oh, maybe
it's
it
a
was
very, very
Anand.
topical.
Yeah, I think maybe Anand White. I mean, like somewhere where White maybe even sacrifices this knight. Okay, I don't remember exactly. I just know that this is all theory. And let's see. Yeah, exactly. F4. That's right. That's right. Okay, this is all looking very familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they used to play more along the H4 lines, but now
Yeah.
F4 and then after F5, Bishop C4.
Yeah.
And now we see King B1. Remember I mentioned earlier that normally when you castle queenside, you're not as happy with your king safety. Usually you have to make this extra move, King to B1, to, in this case, not only make the king safer, but also give a square concretely to the knight, because otherwise A4 would force white into A1, which is, usually not the best square for the knight.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, these ideas are quite typical for these lines. I mean, black is basically, I mean, the knight on E8 and the Sicilian, of course, is pretty terrible. I would say when the knight gets kicked away, he likes to go to D7, sometimes H5. I mean, you never want to settle for the knight there. So he tries to break out and basically saying, okay, take my pawn so I can improve my knight. That's a nice idea.
Very nice. Very nice idea. I mean, that knight on D6 is iconic because not only is it a great defensive piece, it's known as the great defender against a passed pawn. So here it's blocking the D pawn, but also it's an attacker. Knight on it can come to F5, knight can come to E4, maybe even sacrifice it on C3 one day. So actually, Nepo said no.
Yeah, Nepo is going in for like the most critical move. I mean, I guess that's the dream of the pawns like this, is that like they move forward to open up the black king. So it is in a way, it's a very simple move. Like anyone can understand it, right? Like opening up the opponent's king. And it looks very dangerous for Ali Reza. I mean, honestly, just in general, going for this position, this opening, it's like a very risky decision on his part. You can call it brave, you can call it foolhardy. I think it depends on how the results of the game will be, Jen.
You can call it fun. You can call it.
Yeah. Well, I think
you're making the commentators happy. Isn't that the most important thing in chess?
Yes, exactly. Well, the problem is, yeah, fun is from our perspective and the fans, but from his perspective, it's either going to be brave or foolhardy, right? So, but okay, yeah. I mean, it's very interesting how he's apparently not getting mated just yet, right? So there's already an open file, but I suppose the king can hide, and now the knight is actually covering G7. Which is quite helpful. Okay, what else? Let's try to understand this position, Jen. So black is up a pawn.
Black's up a pawn, and wait, the move knight g3 was played, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so knight g3 is played, and this knight coming to the lethal f5 square, followed by rook g1 check. God, it's so scary.
Yeah.
Boy,
honestly, I would never want to play.
What happens to d4?
When I play this,
bishop c4.
Yeah, when I play the Sicilian, Jen, it's not to get like this position as black, but okay. I mean, the one thing I can say that the black does have going for them is this knight on C1. I mean, it's not easy to bring that knight into the attack. So, at some point, black does have a lot of pieces around the king. They can go king H8. They can even possibly go knight G7 to cover up squares. So it's not hopeless at all for black. All right, let's.
Scary. I don't know why the computer is suggesting this. The line that the computer is suggesting seems odd to me. Like they're suggesting a queen trade line. No, why? I don't want to trade any queens if I'm white here.
Oh, you mean like something with taking on C4 and?
Yeah, I'm surprised by that line. Although of course it's probably very good because it's a computer line. But I'm just saying, like, my instinct here for white would not be to trade queens, but to move my queen away. Like to play queen G2 or something like that. Yeah. Yep. But no, we don't even have to look at this line. That's just what the computer says. Bishop C5, we win the pawn back, which is cool. But what about, what's cooler than winning a pawn? What's cooler than winning a pawn? Checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate. But it's interesting, Jen. I mean, we wanted to attack for for Rapport too, but in the end, the best he could find was it was this Endgame.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that we might see something like that. Like, okay, let's just think about how can he attack, right? So king H8 is not yet on the board, but let's say it's a quite reasonable move.
So instead, what if we were to take on C4 and play like Queen F? Well, Queen F2, I don't enjoy allowing Knight G4. So something other than like Queen. What happens if like Queen G2
Queen
or something?
G2, right?
Yeah.
So okay, Queen G2. I'm gonna have to move my queen. Where am I gonna move my queen?
Yeah, I'm attacking your queen, and I'm ready to play Knight F5, but you're ready with Rook G8, and I guess that's why King H8 is such a strong move because even if I have that double attack potentially, so Queen C7, Knight F5, threatening. Well, I'm not threatening mate on one because your Knight on E8 protects it, but I'm threatening like Bishop H6, I guess. Do I even have a threat?
It's amazing that like
have a threat.
The computer's already evaluating this is just like so good for black.
Winning, yeah.
I guess there's just no attack, you know.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know, this game, of course, is going to be interesting. But, you know, Irina, let's take one quick look at Hikaru's game because I heard there's a few more moves and then we will take a break.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's go. So let's see the current position. So he's just played Knight C4, played by Rapport. Okay. Someone in the chat was saying there would be very impressed if he would make the best computer move Knight F1. But just you have to understand, guys, they're pretty much equivalent, right? They have the same ideas. I don't think Knight C4 is like really less precise. You know, you're going to go to E3 anyway. So Hikaru played G4. Interesting, because we kind of were looking at this structure a lot. And Hikaru still playing really quickly, by the way. Okay, that's, I mean, I hope that's a good sign, right? That he's just kind of studied this endgame and knows the typical equalizing sort of idea. So he goes G4. Why? Interesting. I know why, right? Because he actually wants to make it a little harder for white to play F3 and King F2. Makes sense. Yeah, that's a very elegant way to improve white's position. So why don't make it harder to improve? And you know, Jen, at some point in this game, there could be this move Knight G5, actually just straight up attacking that pawn. Oh, yeah. We're getting a lot of requests to flip the board, Irina. Oh, yeah. So we can see it from Naka's point of view. Yeah. Yeah. Let me do that. Look. Yeah, there it is. And now we see the idea is even better. Knight G5 is certainly an annoying idea, getting a little play of his own here. I like that. And also, it's kind of interesting that when that knight moves on E3, it does, those pawns are not under attack, right? Yeah. So you wanted to move that pawn to H5 for a while for that reason. I really like this idea by Hikaru because, you know, it's a very specific idea, concrete idea, right? And that's what black needs in this position because he doesn't want to like spend eons in this end game that we know is structurally worse for him. If he can like solve the problems faster, that's better. And by the way, okay, white played Rook D2. Okay, what can we do? Should we just go Rook A D8? Interesting. Or should we get your move Knight G5 in? Or you're worried about E5 now? Yeah, the problem is, you see, when the knight was going to E3, yeah, kind of maybe threatening to take the pawn. Now, if we go Knight G5, there's E5. Yeah, we're not even threatening to take it yet because, I mean, it's Rook E2 or Rook E1. True. So you could also play Rook D1 threatening Rook D7 check, and then that would force me to play that Rook D8 move that we were talking about earlier. But that allows you to get into like the comfortable endgame, which is not going to be worse. Although it is worth noting that at the end there is some forcing stuff here, right? Yeah, white goes Knight D2, and here we are. You know, now they start bringing out their king. And by the way, at this point, you might start paying for this move G4 because then you've also kind of weakened F4 and like start being kind of nervous about where your pawns are. Yeah. So that's what we want to avoid. It's not that this is lost, but it's uncomfortable. Yeah. So in general, he does want to avoid the wide sail rook trade if he can. Yeah, maybe trade one pair of rooks, Jen. I mean, like, let's say we trade one pair of rooks. Can we just live on in this position without trading the second pair? I actually think it's very interesting to not trade the second pair, maybe go, I mean, yeah, let's say I want to target your pawn. And so the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to play Rook E8 if I can next, and then I'll threaten to take it. True, yeah. I like this a lot better for sure. I mean,
it is more active. And if e5 isn't good for white, I mean, that's of course my only concern. What if white plays e5 and that's a good move? But if that's not a good move, then I'm really happy with this idea.
Yeah, you know what I like. Yeah, I think we've hit on something kind of important, Jen. That a trade of one pair of rooks is actually not a bad idea. The trade of both rooks is where it starts to get a little bit dangerous. Now, in knight a5, yeah, good question. Is this a threat? I mean, because we do have rook b8 after that. Um, hmm. I don't want to go rook b8 here because I'm like, what am I going to do? I can never.
Yeah, it's really passive. Yeah, it's not the greatest. So there's still some ideas. I was also talking about e5, but yeah, this one looks pretty dangerous. And now if knight b7, there is rook b8. And the cool thing is that, you know, you took 2 pawns, but I'm threatening a pawn on a2. That's my main threat here, Irene. I'm trying to take your pawn on a2. So just move it away. And then we get our first checkmate of the game.
Yeah. Back rank checkmates. Everyone falls for them once, you know, at least once in their life, Jen. Do you have any memories of back rank?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Actually, I have a really embarrassing one. I was giving a simul at a chess camp. It was probably when I was like a teenager and I was like so excited to be working on a chess camp and like getting like some extra money for my college. We both went to NYU and I just hung a back rank mate to one of the children. Oh my God.
Yeah. I was recently showing my students, like, you know, the famous Bernstein Capablanca back rank idea. You know, and just, it's such a prevalent tactical idea. Like, I feel like when you're a beginner chess player, you really got to learn those back rank mates because it's almost like, I don't know anyone who's learned to play chess and never gotten back rank mated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because there's tactics, right? It's not only about just getting mated in one move. There's always like some complicated tactics that can result in a back rank checkmate.
Yeah.
So yes, you gotta know those. I mean, surely if you've done Puzzle Rush on chess.com, you know about how many back rank checkmates pop up in the puzzles. So those are from real games. Yeah, that gives you the evidence you need right there. So this is not a line that we're likely to see. But hey, I mean, you never really know. So definitely stick with us and we're going to be back from a quick break in just a few minutes with more from the candidates match where we are following Hikaru Nakamura's game against Richard Rapport.
Hey guys, we're back for our coverage of the 4th round of the candidates. We got Hikaru's game up on the board here. He's playing Richard Rapport with a replica of the opening against Caruana. Of course, his position at this point is not bad at all. Jen, last time we were talking about it, we were mentioned how Black is okay with trading one pair of rooks here, but not both pairs of rooks. And that is actually what we're seeing play out on the board. As these rooks have come off the board, now Hikaru is thinking, but I'm quite sure we're not going to be seeing, you know, the obvious rook d8 from him. He's going to be going for something else.
Knight g5 is what we were looking at. And then you were looking at this interesting knight a5 move. Mm-hmm. I was also kind of curious about e5. Did we discuss that? e5?
Yeah, we didn't get to that. Interesting, you know, e5, I might just go f5, right? Why not? Maybe the pawn actually might even prove to be like a bit more of a weakness. Because I mean, I can take it, but I rather like the idea of f5.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because you can also at some point, you know, get your king to e6 and you could actually be threatening b5. I mean, as anti-positional as it might seem, hey, if you win a pawn, anything is possible. So yeah, or you could just play the more prosaic knight f7 to try to round up the pawn because f4 allows en passant. So good point. e5 not forcing enough because you can just play f5.
Yeah, knight a5 is definitely an annoying move. So it must be said, like, we're not actually threatening this pawn because you put yourself into a pin and then you're going to lose your knight. And right now you got to deal with this move. I kind of liked, I mean, there are different moves here. I suppose, you know, knight f7 to d6 is kind of interesting, but I find like this move is very forcing, Jen, because it basically says, well, like at some point we're just going to go b6. Yes, you still have to consider that you might lose a7 pawn. There's rook a8 in the end, but you're basically saying like, okay, you got to take my pawn. Otherwise, like, what's your knight doing here? So then we might be set for this kind of forcing line where black loses these pawns and activates the rook.
Right, and as I was joking before, you're not only threatening rook a2, you're also threatening checkmate. So in reality, white has to make some luft here with either wow, we don't want to make the luft with g3 because then knight f3 check is a fork. But, you know, a move like h4 or h3 gives up a pawn, but it also prevents rook b1 from being mate. And, you know, white's got counterplay of his own now with the rook to d7 check. So there's likely to be like a bunch of pawns that are captured for both sides. Who will come out ahead in the end?
Yeah, it looks like pretty balanced, right? Like big liquidations coming. I mean, fortunately, black's pieces are active too.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'm like thinking white is struggling to make sure that they hold the balance here, because don't forget there's also ideas like knight takes e4, you know, so white's going to have to make sure that they play the correct sequence here. Another kind of funny idea that I had, if we go back to the initial position, and c5 was your suggestion, and that looks like really smart. It just kind of occurred to me that if I play rook to g8 in the original position, I'm actually threatening knight e4 again, which is kind of funny.
That's pretty clever. Look at that. You're like, you want to set me up for a pin here so that when I go there, you go there, and f5, you can protect your knight and there's no f3. That's a very tricky move, rook g8. It's interesting. I mean, I suppose white can like move out of the pin and try to renew this. By the way, so Jen, we do have knight g5 on the board by Hikaru. I like the way he's playing this. I just feel like he must be familiar with some of these ideas and, you know, overall playing strategically very well. And like we mentioned, for example, right, guys, like rook d8, where you fight for the only open file, which seems like such a natural idea, is actually a strategic mistake because you're setting yourself up to just, you know, kind of have to suffer for a draw in this knight endgame with the worst pawn structure. So Hikaru is trying to keep more counterplay for himself in the position with the rooks on the board, and I like that a lot.
Oh yeah, it's so instructive too. You always got to think, you know, not only about tactics in chess, but about which pieces you want to trade and which ones you want to keep on. It's a different skill set. And one thing that's almost universally true is that players, especially when they're playing blitz, have what I call trade-itis. They just love to trade pieces because when you make a trade or you offer a trade, you know exactly what you're going to do in the next move, right? There's that comfort in knowing that you're going to make the right answer. Yeah. But of course, it's all about avoiding that temptation and thinking about things objectively, not just being excited that you know the one answer, right?
Yep.
So it's very tricky. Very tricky.
I like this comment, Jen, by Pulsar Jelly. He says, I really like reports, but I hope he makes some small inaccuracies.
Oh, I do like report as well. Yeah, great.
Yeah, it's a nice way of like, you know, only wishing him a little bit ill, you know? I mean, I like that. Only small inaccuracies, not blunders, you know?
Small inaccuracies. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, great hair, great guy, but we are rooting for Hikaru Nakamura here. Sorry.
Yeah. That's right. I mean, we'll see what happens. I do think that this game is likely to end in a draw, which is fine. You know, Hikaru, by getting himself to 50%, this is a totally normal position to be in. I mean, it's such a long path still ahead. And I think the most important thing is actually just like, don't lose. If you don't lose, you know, eventually you will get some chances to win, right? So when you're playing black, and if you can get like a pretty easy draw, I would say that's fine, you know, satisfactory for the position he's in right now in the tournament.
No, they said we just like report because he's hot. No, actually, the reality is, you know, I really love his chess style. And also, I thought it was really interesting. There was a moment where he tweeted something about how supportive he was of getting more top female players in the game of chess. And I thought that was really cool because that's not something you see that often. Of course, we see that from Hikaru as well. So I was like, and that was actually right before they both won their seats to this tournament, Irina.
Oh,
so
wow.
I pointed out
that, Jen. Yeah, I recall something like that. I thought that was cool. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Feminism is good for your chest, even at the elite level, apparently.
Yeah, well, his wife is also a strong player, Giovanna. So, I think, yeah, I mean, he has some personal reasons to support women chess players as well.
Yeah, very nice. And let's now we're waiting for a report to react to this move knight g5, which we like a lot. And by the way, speaking of forcing moves, the move e5 is also like this kind of forcing move that's actually pretty weak. As you pointed out, Irina, f5, excellent move. And you can never even support the pawn on e5 with f4 because of my beautiful phalanx that I've set up with en passant. So yeah, and by the way, consider that if like the en passant rule didn't exist, e5 would be such a strong move, right?
Yeah. And Jen,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, turning back to our chat for a second. We got Big Splice saying, turns out everyone knows a woman chess player, so we all have personal reasons. I get to support women in chess. Well, yeah, you do. That's right. I think that logic works.
Great point. Great point. Love it. Yeah. Luxury 1409 says he's trying to get my wife into chess. No luck so far though. Keep trying. You'll get there, Luxury. You got to try a bunch of different methods. Some people love chess because they want to win, right? Some people love chess because of the problems and the studies. Some people like it because of the history. Some people love it because of the streams, entertainers like Hikaru and Nakamura. So, there's so many different entryways into chess, and just kind of try to give her a few different options. And I bet you're going to find something that she likes.
Yeah, or showing her our stream, Jen, right? Seeing some women commentators, could be helpful as well.
Yeah, that's right. Gotta plug ourselves. Yeah. If she doesn't like us, it's hopeless. Give up. Come on. That's her last chance.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So Rapport is thinking after knight g5. Let's do a little tour, Jen, of the other games. Let's take a look at Ding versus Caruana, right? So this is a game look, we're going to look at it because it's not going to be around for that much longer, probably. Although, White's about to take a pawn here, so who knows? Actually, I just realized that it's not that simple. All right, let's take a quick look. What was this opening? It was a Rogozin defense. Okay, quite popular at the top levels. White gave this check in order to pull the knight here to block in the c pawn so that pawn cannot take part in the fight for the center. So this is all theory. Knight a5. Wow, interesting. Oh, that's not a move. I've like literally never seen that move, Jen. I thought here, I don't know, they like usually take on c4, go bishop d6, play for e5. I've really never seen this move. Knight to the side of the board by Caruana, pretty unusual. All right, c5. So that's how they got this very kind of strange, simplified position so early. Okay. Okay, lots of trades. Well, White still has that kind of little space advantage. Caruana trying to trade the bishops off.
Right, the bishop doesn't have a lot of good squares to go to. So this is something you see a lot. We manage to get the bishops off, but we lose a little bit of time as we arrange it. So he actually has to reroute the rook, right? Rook c8, rook a8 back to c8.
Wow, so this is like a pretty big move by Caruana, right? He basically sacks a pawn deliberately, and he had other ways to sack that pawn. Like he could have tried something like this, or even queen d6 and doesn't even sack the pawn.
Yeah, I know. It is surprising, Irina. I mean, obviously must be prepared because, this would be a move that would come to most people.
Yeah, it's interesting, Jen. Like there's a fight going on for the open file here, as opposed to Hikaru's game. Here, you actually don't want to like let White own that file, but there's a little problem like that. In fact, you're going to lose control of this file and these lines, right? And it might seem like a really simple, boring position, but in fact, the side that controls the only open file is actually better. And, there's a lot of work to be done by Black. And so maybe another move he could have tried is queen d7, right? So if you take, then there's rook b8.
Right. That would be one that would certainly come to my mind, Irina, I have to admit. But maybe he was worried about queen c6 there or something, trading off the queens. I don't know. I wonder what the solution would be there. So if queen, oh, you're just saying instead of taking the pawn, just play rook
Yeah,
c3.
let's see what the
Yeah,
difference
brilliant.
is.
Yeah.
You know, let's see
Yeah,
if there's
smart.
a difference.
Bide our time, not take right away. Great idea.
Yeah.
And here, the thing about this position is that, you know, there's that b6 pawn, which is very weak, but the other weakness is the c file itself, right? So the principle of two weaknesses is that it's very difficult to win if you only have one weakness, being the b6 pawn. But there's actually two, because we also own the c file. And so that's why Fabi senses the urgency here, right? It's not an easy position.
Yeah, well, let's see what he just did. So he just gave up the pawn this way. I guess the good news is that he has the control of the open file. That's quite nice. And he goes here, right? So, okay. He is down quite a bit on the clock. But I mean, okay, it's not really a time pressure situation because they're in such a simplified position that an hour is plenty of time for this end game. So the question is, yeah, well, first of all, Black's idea is queen c2. Interesting that he couldn't really do it immediately because of queen a5 protecting the knight. And, you know, basically white is just up a pawn here. And
yeah,
actually, very
queen
nice
b4. Very strong move, actually outsteam my kind of like powerful queen. Yeah, and now white is a bit too comfortable. Yeah, this is a very key game for the standings, Irina. I mean, many top commentators and writers mentioned before this tournament that these two are the favorites. You know, of course, I'm not sure if you guys saw, but my brother Greg Shahadi had a prediction of his own. He said that Hikaru is the favorite.
Oh, nice. Oh,
yeah, it was a very funny video. It was quite a funny video.
Very cool. Oh, and you know what? I'm curious. So, you know, I haven't seen it. Maybe you can like share the link with us.
Yeah, maybe one of the mods can share the link in the chat. You know, my brother has his special way of, hyperbole and superlatives, and it's all beautiful to watch. But he gave some very convincing reasons, just mentioning that Nakamura doesn't have a ton of pressure and he's been playing so well lately. And that he just seems on point. But that said, a lot of journalists are picking these two as a favorite, so this game is very important. If Fabi were to lose this, it would have the devastating effects on his chances.
Yeah, I agree. So let's see what is going on. So he goes a4, right? We know he wants to go queen c2, and therefore, I suppose this move makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, Jen? And we really have to check out that test of the move a4. He's still thinking about it, but I mean, if white is able to just kind of pull back the queen or get control of the open file, well, basically white just has an extra pawn and is winning. So let's see what this is all about. And now the question is where to go with the rook. Rook c8, rook b8, rook c8, rook c1. I don't really know how you're getting the pawn back.
Well, rook c8, I do have the b4 move. And again, thank goodness for the en passant rules. Otherwise, white would just be crushing, right? I mean, it's like amazing. Rook c8, b4 would just be winning. But luckily for white, luckily for black, there was takes on b3, knight b3, and everything kind of held together there. So rook b8 instead makes a lot of sense.
And now, Jen, we need to figure
that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Well, now I don't have time to take on b2.
Yeah, well, the question is, why don't you have time, right?
Because of knight c4. Look at that.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's a beautiful tactic, Jen.
I think that's right. Let's see.
I think, well, hold on. I don't want to make the move like, so if knight c4, what about rook c2, though? Is it like rook b1? No, but
so to tell you guys what Irene and I are looking at before we check the computer analysis, we're looking at rook takes b2, knight c4 with the idea that if pawn takes c4, c7, and the rook can't come back to b8, or it can't go to c2 because it's blocked by its own pawn. But as Irina points out, maybe rook c2 right away with the idea that now if c7, there's rook takes c4, right?
Right.
Yeah, so let's take a look at that.
That's very interesting. I mean, white has back rank problems of their own. So I'm just trying to see, like, what else can happen on rook b2? I mean, I definitely knight c4 is like the main idea.
Maybe rook c1 right away. Maybe just rook c1,
Rook
yeah.
c1, Jen, and then on knight e8, just c7, and we're basically using the back rook idea.
Because knight c7, rook c7, you don't have rook b1, the knight still protects it, and we have rook c8 check.
Yeah.
I think that you're probably right that that's the one. The more prosaic rook c1, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, no. C7, look at that.
None of the above. What?
Yeah. Okay, look at this one.
None of the above.
So it says rook c1. Unfortunately, there is one defense. Yeah. So
rook b8. Yeah, rook b8. So you got to stop. You first stop c7. By the way, we got some awesome people in the chat. We've got Little Grandmaster in the chat. She is one of my students from the Girls Club. We have Sabrina Oya, who's also a student from the Girls Club. And we have Anita Drink, who earlier said that she's a young female chess player and she loves having us female commentators. So yeah, love to see all the wonderful women and girl players in Hikaru Nakamura's chat here. Welcome to everyone.
Yeah, awesome,
it's nice to see a little bit of that gender balance.
Yeah, you brought them with you from the Girls Club. That's really cool. Is the point of the candidates tournament to win an opportunity to face Magnus for the world champion title? That is exactly the point, guys. We are looking for the challenger to world champion Magnus Carlsen to emerge from this tournament.
Absolutely. And I think that was one thing that Greg pointed out in his prediction video, that it's easy to root for Nakamura because Magnus could not pass up the chance to play Nakamura in a match. That would be absolutely insane. I mean, this would be the most popular match ever, right?
I agree. Because I mean, with their history of, I guess, their history of, I don't know, just like, being very competitive against each other in blitz chess, right? Actually, it's really interesting, Jen. That might be one of the only opponents where like Magnus would be a little bit more hesitant to go into like a tiebreak with, right? Like, if it gets to like a rapid chess or blitz chess, I mean, he probably doesn't see himself as like a huge favorite against Hikaru. I mean, Magnus sees himself as a favorite against everybody, but like, I would say that Hikaru, he certainly should respect for his blitz skills.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he felt similarly about Nepo trying to win in these classical games. But I just think from a point of view of marketing, like that match would just be absolutely epic.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is definitely something I think.
Oh wait, I know what would happen, Jen, and we would be here commentating on Hikaru's channel.
Yes, let's do it. Yes, I love it. I love it. Yes. Well, you guys will not be. You guys will not be getting enough of us. You're gonna love that. Speaking of which, let's take a look at Nakamura's game. Now that, although we looked at this and we're trying to point out that it's tough for Fabi. Fabi's going to have to put some work in. Ding Liren on top on this game as Fabi, wrestles to keep equality. We'll check in and see if he's able to do it.
Yep. Let's go take a look back at Naka's game. So in fact, Jen, not much has happened. Rapport has, I'm going to flip the board. There we go. Rapport has played knight a5, and that's the move that we were talking about. And so, yeah, Hikaru has a big decision here about what he wants to do about the attack on that pawn. We already mentioned the move c5, this kind of interesting double pawn sacrifice. It's really just a single pawn sack. I suppose, no, is there any point, like let's say we look at the passive move, right? Rook b8. Like, is this move really bad? Like, sure, you can't play b6 anytime soon, but perhaps in the future. Like, what does black really want here, though? I guess maybe king e6. So what does white want? Maybe here to try to attack the pawn with rook b3 and king e6. And if you go rook b3, maybe I go rook d8.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. Normally in chess, it's a lot more trivial to make Luft, but it's so not trivial here because any move that you make, you either give up a pawn or you give up the f3 square. So yeah, it's pretty annoying. You could play king f1, I guess. I guess you could play king f1, right? But
yeah, well, at some point, like they definitely can't abandon the d file because at some point we can probably just go, like even if you go king f1, like I'm going to be going b6 and rook d2.
Yeah, rook d2. Good point. I mean, just rook d2 is quite annoying. The classic rook on the 7th. Well, here are the second. The rook on the 2nd.
Exactly. So I think, like let's say they go there to finally protect that pawn. So the question is like, what is going on here?
Hmm.
Yeah, like F5 is a bit of a weird move. Maybe you can do it. This is an interesting one, like knight here. Let's see what happens if we reroute that knight and maybe give ourselves some ideas on the G file.
Yeah, yeah. This knight has been so good
Oh,
all
yeah.
game. It seems like no matter what square it goes to, it's a friend, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a friendly night for the black team. It's helping keep the rest of the position together. King G2 would be the most natural square, but that would have led to the fork.
Exactly.
And here there's another fork, knight F4 check. Luckily for white,
Nice.
he does have King F2, so he doesn't just lose. But
Yeah, look
yeah.
at that. I like what we got here in the end, Jen. Beautiful rook and knight.
Oh yeah, very beautiful coordination. Like I said, I mean, everywhere this knight is like the star pupil, right? It's beautiful on E6. It did the job on C5, right? Where it avoided the worst endgame, and it ended up on G5 holding our position together, and now it's again holding our position together on F4. It is the MVP of this game, that knight on E6.
But Jen, so he actually did something quite different. So we've looked at C5, we've looked at rook B8, but we haven't looked at his move, which is also quite possible. He played H4. And that makes sense, right? I guess he's saying he wants to go H3 and knight F3. And sure, like I guess knight B7, there's just still rook B8. Why not, right? Rook B8, you go back to that idea, and the only
Yeah.
difference is that you haven't even, given up the C5 pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, I agree. And then, of course, knight a5 is a possibility instead. So you might lose the c pawn anyway, but there's still going to be all those ideas with checkmate and a2. So it makes a lot of sense indeed.
Yep, I completely agree with Hikaru's move. I don't know. We didn't think of that. It's very natural, isn't it? I mean, just as soon as you realize that this is not actually a problem at all, then H4 makes sense. And yeah, I mean, I think he's just setting himself up to have more counterplay with H3. So
Right, right. Because if
I
you
like it.
remove the G pawn, then the problem is knight e4 is going to be a move. Remember, we were looking at rook g8 to introduce the threat, but also h3 introduces a threat, because if we were to take on g2, then we could take on e4, right? Because rook e2, f5, f3 would no longer win a piece. So you actually need the g2, f2 constellation for knight e4 to be taboo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at some point, you're right, Jen. Like, if this pawn ever moves, these squares really open up for the black knight. So I think, white has to be, actually a little bit careful here. I'm kind of changing my evaluation to like, yes, I think it's equal, but there's a certain care that needs to be taken by the guy that has his king on the back rank with no squares off of it, and like a lot of space that black has here. Like, black has a great king, a great knight, good rook, space on the king side. Yeah, so I think white does need to take more care in this position, right? And this is a perfect place to make a few inaccuracies.
And I also love the idea of active defense, because I think it's something that's really important. It's easier to do, and it is usually, in many cases, the best way to defend, right? To actually go for activity rather than some of those unenviable positions where we ran out of ideas and we were like, do we just keep shuffling our king around from f7 to e7? Well, certainly that's not as much fun. It's not as practical, and it's often just not as good. So Nakamura found another way.
Yeah, someone is asking how many moves until the 60 added minutes. Oh, a lot. Yeah, like 35. Oh, until the 60 added minutes, not 60 moves. Well, yeah, there's 15 more moves, guys. So we're 15 moves away from the move 40 time control. Time trouble is not going to be an issue in this game at all. Like, the players are well ahead of schedule. So we're already deep in the end game here, and they have plenty of time. So I don't think it's going to be a factor in this game. And now, Jen, I'm thinking, as Rapport ponders, let's just check in to see what Ding played against Caruana.
Yes, yes. And there's one game we haven't looked at yet, which actually seems pretty interesting, Duda Rajabov. So we could take a peek at that as well.
Yep.
But let's see. So A4, this is where we dropped off, right?
Yep. And he, instead of playing queen c5, this move that seems quite critical, so he goes queen b4. So I suppose queen c2 is just begging to be played here, the invasion of the queen. And now, well, yeah, white actually has a lot of choices, right? They have some pretty cool knight maneuver into c3. They can definitely consider. They even have just the prosaic b3.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah,
maybe
make some luft with h3 also before proceeding. But I mean, this is just better for white in all variations. The only thing that's difficult for white is that the rook on f1 is hard to get into the game, right? Because just the constellation of pieces, which is why I like the move b3, because if we were able to get that rook to c1, it would be really wonderful, or use it to start pushing the a pawn. Yep. But luckily for white, black can't get his rook into the game that easily either. Like rook c8 doesn't really create any extra threats. So yeah, big advantage here for Ding Liren.
I mean, I suppose, Jen, like something like this looks pretty interesting where like you just get your knight to e4. And I mean, at first glance, there does seem to be a lot of compensation with this knight and the queen.
True. That I can't move my rook again, so that's annoying. But yeah, good point.
And then a4, rook c8. Improving. Yeah, if you start like going there, maybe like, I mean, let's say I have to go something like let's say I go something like h6 or even like h5.
Yeah. Try to get some attack in. a5. Now, what if I play rook c8? Where is my attack? Do I really have one?
Yeah.
Let's see. Can I play like rook c8 and
I think you're just gonna keep pushing that pawn, aren't you? Like it just keeps going.
That's what I'm saying. Like even though it seems like my rook can go to the c file, because my queen's on the c file too, I'm not actually getting my rook and my queen into the game. It's very clunky. I still need to go queen e2 and rook c2 and then knight f2 to get all my majors in the game. And by then, guess what? You made a queen. So I'm just a little slow here.
Yeah. Okay, this is an interesting move because like
queen a2 better than queen e2 for sure.
But can't go there because, well, first of all, there's a cool back rank checkmate.
Yes.
Let's show that. Yeah, that's our theme of the day. Back rank checkmate. There we go. We got one in because the white king has no moves here.
Happy days for Fabi.
Yeah. Of course, this one would have been a good capture as well. But so basically rook a1 just fails in every way. So, okay, let's say you play with your queen and your knight. I mean, I have to say, Jen, like it does look like annoying to play without the rook in f1.
Okay, so rook c2 is the idea. Yeah. And then the idea after a7, rook f2. Queen, rook takes f2. What's the deal there? Let's take a look at that. So let's say we play a7 here, and our idea is that we're going to distract your queen by queening ourselves, and we're going to end up winning a piece. See what I mean?
Yeah. So a7.
Yeah. Right. So a7, and now after rook f2, we make a queen.
Make a queen. Pull back the black queen.
And then after rook takes f2, we have.
Yeah, we don't. Piece, right? It doesn't really look like anything. I don't understand why this is not a bigger evaluation. I mean, look at this. I mean, because it just seems like white is just up a piece for a pawn, but apparently there is some kind of like annoying pin, and what we guess ideas of perpetual.
Yeah, well, I think also one of the issues is that the pawn on e3 is weak. That could be irritating because if I play like a normal move like queen b7 with the idea of playing knight c5 and extricating myself, it's actually very annoying to protect the pawn on e3, right? And like you said, perpetual ideas. So anyway, but that said, of course, white would be interested in playing this position. I mean, it's definitely an idea for white to be up a piece here and see if he can figure out the win. But let's move back. So I guess that's one of the problems. The pawn's just like one step too fast. It's a shame that like black couldn't get his rook to the second rank like one move faster. The queen is
I think though, it is definitely, the computer might be like liking this line for white, right? But I think, Jen, from a human point of view, there is still something very scary about just going for this position and agreeing to play with a passive rook, letting the knight in. And I mean, because you have to calculate basically all of this. And I feel like, I'm not sure that Ding is going to go for this, actually, to be honest. Like,
he might not. There are a lot of other good alternatives. I mean, I think you mentioned the knight maneuver, knight b1 to c3, which makes sense because then you're actually clogging the activity. But what about knight e4 here? So what's the
Exactly.
idea? Because if we play knight e4 here and stop knight
Mm.
c3, that would certainly be a big irritation.
Yeah, because now white can't really go knight c3. You're going to
Yeah,
take.
yeah.
And then unfortunately in this end game, black gets the open file before you do.
Yeah, and then rook b3 is coming, so good luck with that. Yeah, you better be careful not to be worse in this position. I mean, it's
Yeah.
gonna be white's gonna be happy to draw now. So yeah, they're not gonna play that for sure. So knight b1, but f3, you're weakening your e3 pawn. That's like, just does
You're going to
that
have to
maybe
go
that
back
doesn't.
though.
Okay, yeah, we have to go back, which is unfortunate. And then you get to play knight c3, which was your dream. And
Yeah.
now there's just very little counterplay for black, unless we can play queen d3.
Yeah, can I point out, Jen, like again, in a way, white like wishes they could trade the queens, right? And if I just had time to play rook c1 here, everything would be lovely. But unfortunately, again, black is the first one to get control of the open file and, getting some counterplay. I don't know. I'm not saying this is completely equal, but, that's basically what black is going for in these positions. So white, therefore, probably needs to, avoid that kind of line, keep their queen on the board, which is not a bad piece. And on queen d3, I guess we have rook e1, and everything is under control.
Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. So maybe knight b1 will be the move. I do have to say though, Ding Loren is of course like a phenomenal calculator. So I wouldn't be surprised with any move he makes. And Fabi's on the ropes. Fabiano is on the ropes. But he also known for his excellent calculating skills.
He played b3.
He played b3. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like that line was actually like it. Of course, it's difficult to see in a way, but at the same time, there wasn't like a lot of different. What do I say? There weren't like that many candidate moves in a lot of positions for black. So maybe a little bit less complex than if he had to analyze like 20 different possibilities. So yeah, we'll see. Takes on b3, knight e4, is the line that we were looking at.
Yep. So this, I mean, are there other moves for black? Well, to be honest, I don't see anything that can really replace this move in its power, right? Like the knight just needs to go there for the piece activity. So that part is going to happen.
Well, is knight e4? Knight e4 doesn't have as much power because you can also just play h3 with tempo, which is something that you wanted to do. So, I mean, I guess you could think about playing rook c8 first rather than later, but you got to watch out because maybe f3 will be played by white, stopping knight e4, right?
Yeah, I guess there is one more move that we didn't really consider. And it's kind of a weird one, which is why we didn't look at it, but there is something to be said for this type of queen trade offer. You're trying to basically get counterplay with your own pass pawn. And it's hard for white to avoid it. I mean, I don't know, queen a3, of course, you can look at, but let's take a look. If you take. So how does white kind of maintain control here versus that pawn?
Right, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because all of our pawns are loosey-goosey here. Like rook c8 or something, are you thinking of?
Yeah, right. Rook c8 looks kind of normal, doesn't it? It looks like you're going to win back the pawn. White has the outside passer, which is a little bit of an advantage.
Exactly. So if I just play rook a1 and ram it up the board, what's happening there? So rook a1, rook c5, a5, like I'm kind of fast.
Yeah, black pawn is a little bit, closer, so they're in time.
Wait, how do you get there so fast? And then there's that back
c4, Jen. I started the game a little bit ahead of you.
That back rank thing. Yeah, that's a problem. My back rank is woeful here. So yeah, this would end up being a draw because I'm gonna have to play like king f1, c2, rook c1, and you're gonna take on a5, and I'm gonna take on c2, and we're gonna call it a day. Okay, well. That would be happy news for Fabi because he's struggling here. So yeah, he's gonna make a good decision, I think, as he decides between that a queen c4 move or the knight e4 idea. I mean, rather the more aggressive attacking ideas. So let's take a look and see if there's any movement in Fabi's game. In Hikaru's game. It looks like we only have that one move. Rapport has played rook to d3.
Yeah, rook d3 is one of the possibilities here. Not really a surprise. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of stepping out of that fork idea, trying to improve his rook. Oh yeah, I know you guys like it when I flip it back to
Yeah.
Black's perspective. Yes, so rook d3, I think, is not a surprising move, makes a lot of sense. And now we need to figure out what to do for Black. So I think he might need to finally deal with this threat, because maybe now there's actually rook b3 protecting the knight coming as a possibility, right? So let's see. I don't know. Let's try a c5 and see what happens here. So let's say you take, and I go rook b8, and you go rook b3. So we go c4. c4, and kind of bothering this rook, making it go to a less protected square.
Right. Okay.
It kind of feels like, it feels very interesting. Like, I mean, I guess I can't go a6 because you just go rook b6. I give you back a square. Too bad, right? I can't trap you with my pawns.
But now we can take on e4, which is cool.
Yep. Yeah, and Black is good. I mean, you know, you got white in a pin on the b file. That's already a good thing. And you got your pawn back. Your knight's pretty active. I mean, yeah, there's like, let's say you go something like c3 or how does Black, okay, Black can't really bring in his king because a knight c5, he can't move his knight because a knight d6, so you can't really exploit the pin. But yeah, you can like do things like that, start playing against that king. That's right. White actually has to be careful about things like this, because, you know, again, White's king is actually a potential target in this endgame. What do you think, Jen?
Yeah, no, this doesn't look like a good constellation at all for White. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be careful. Like, I don't like the combination of back rank weakness, being stuck in a pin with no actual plan to get out of it. It's not, I mean, I guess, yeah, when I say no plan to get out of it, then I realize, okay, there is a4. I can try to protect the rook and get ready to go. I suppose there are some attempts that can be made. But, you know, even in the worst case, like literally the worst case, if I go rook c8, I protect c5, and if you move your knight, I'm going to go rook d8. So yeah, I mean, Black is certainly doing fine here. And I think, you know what, Hikaru just played c5, right? So that's great, great news for us. He's playing the best moves.
Yeah, I think he's playing great this game. Definitely showing a very strong understanding of these lines. Yeah,
Yep.
really instructive stuff.
Yeah, I really like it a lot. I mean, I like it when I see possibilities like that for White to still go astray here, you know?
Oh yeah, for all three results for sure. Irina, would you ever consider playing the Berlin after looking at some of these games?
I would consider it. Did her hair dryer fall into the bathtub? There's really, you know, really deep conversations in the chat, Jen, about my hair, and it got compared to Gandalf's hair. What is that? Like, is that a guy?
I love your hair. I love your hair, but I don't like the joke about hair dryers falling into the bathtub. Unfortunately, I actually know somebody who passed that way.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's really dangerous, especially in Europe. I think because the voltage is different. So yes, do not ever dry your hair in a bathtub. And if you know somebody who's ever doing that, tell them to stop. Like seriously, or anything like flattening your hair or anything.
Oh, okay. Well, the good news, Jen, is that I don't even own a hair dryer, so it's not going to happen to me. Yeah.
You're safe. Good. No, I think it looks great though.
Thank you.
I love it.
Yeah, I like to wash my air dry my hair, you know, and the best way to dry it is to sleep on it. Then it gets all crazy looking the way I like it. Okay. So now after, you know, Irina's hair advice, we go back to the game and c5. So yeah, Hikaru, I agree. Like, I just feel like he's been, well, you know, guys, it's subtle. But the point is that he's keeping the game alive and he's giving his opponent some chances to go wrong, and, you know, just being very precise in his play, right? And that's where he's showing his skill, right? That it's not just like he didn't trade the rooks, really good decision. He got some space on the king side, very nice. Like the c5 move, also really good. So yeah, overall, I'm just like really happy with how he's handling this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that the Berlin sometimes gets a bad rep because people think of the queen trade line and they think that's
Yeah.
kind of boring. But
Yeah.
I actually think strategically it can be really rich.
Yeah, well, when you ask me about like would I consider playing the Berlin, okay, I'll tell you one thing, Jen. I'll tell you one thing. Like I would consider playing the Berlin if I knew all my opponents were going to play D3. Oh yes, I would consider playing the Berlin, especially the way Hikaru plays it. I mean, with like the queen side castling and H6 G5. I mean, I like that
Yeah.
stuff. So for sure. Now, how attracted am I, to this end game? I mean, I would say, what is it like? Not tons. I mean, we do have the bishop pair, which I like, right? And I have attended some camps with Vladimir Kramnik where he showed his games in the Berlin, and that was inspiring for the Berlin. I would say it's not out of the question, Jen. It's just like it's really hard, when you're a Sicilian player to switch to this, right?
Yeah, it is. And I've always found this to be easier to play for white by a long shot, which is why you see it like pretty popular at like the elite grandmaster level because they think that this is like a good position for black, right? But
Yeah.
I don't usually recommend it for players of a more amateur level because it's not easy to play, which means you need to have your teams, your reams of analysis, whereas I think white can kind of more wing it. And that's not good. Like if your opponent can wing it and you have to show up with tons of prep, that might be good for a super grandmaster, but it's not good for somebody who's trying to emulate them, right? So that's like something to really think about when you're choosing your own openings.
Can I explain the same thing to our audience, Jen? When Kramnik explained why Kramnik was a well-known Sicilian player, and like actually his games from the 1990s were something that I grew up studying, and then it was quite sad that he switched to being an E4, E5 player, okay, after the year 2000, right? Then he basically said there's just no way for him to remember the theory needed to play the Sicilian, right? And he was getting older, like literally like all he could do, he just needed to figure out a way to survive the opening with black, right? Against these, guys who are like having all this amazing memory and preparation. And so that's why he basically stuck to E5 and was like within a narrow field, he could remember these lines for black. But that's the thing, there's a difference between play at like the 2800 level and like, let's say where I am, I don't know if I need to, narrow things down so much. And like, I don't think I'm going to have the kind of problems in the Sicilian that, these players would at that level. Right. So there's less motivation for me to switch.
Exactly. I think you really nailed it. You got to think about your own opposition. And that's why it makes sense to be inspired by your favorite player, but also think critically about what's happening at your level or the level that you want to be at when you choose your openings. There's a lot of chatter about cancel culture and why I pointed out the thing about the hairdryer. Honestly, it was just as a PSA, because I think there's a lot of people who didn't know that.
Right.
I honestly think a lot of people don't realize how dangerous like those things are in bathrooms and in water. So people I've talked to before just have never even heard of that. So that's why I brought it up, to be honest. So
yeah. That makes sense, Jen. Well, no, I mean, it's always good to learn from the mistakes of other people, right? I mean, that's what we kind of, we learned that as chess players. It's like you can learn from your own mistakes, but that's why we study the games of others to learn, from their mistakes. So, I think what you told us, like for me, I think it's just a useful piece of information, and I will definitely not be buying a hair dryer anytime soon.
Now you have multiple reasons, because your hair looks great without it and just like no reason to risk it. Another one that I learned recently is that, hand sanitizer is so flammable that you're not really supposed to pack it in your luggage when you go away. Did you know that? I hadn't known that. So.
Well, I already know. I mean, the only thing I knew is that there's already been issues with the hand sanitizer that, with things that it contains, right? It's kind of like it can be not very good for the hands or something kind of caustic. I've heard that, but I haven't realized the flammable part.
Yeah. So keep us notified about things that are dangerous that we wouldn't have realized were dangerous. Yeah. That's always incredibly useful information. Now, speaking of dangerous openings in the Sicilian, have we checked in on that game between Firouzja and Eppo?
Yeah, we're gonna go there in a second, but Jen, let's just take a look at what Rapport has done, because he did make a big change to the position with this move H3. And Hikaru, I saw him in the webcam, he was like, he's looking pretty confident. He wanted to immediately just play the move pawn takes pawn, and I think he did that pretty quickly. Pawn takes pawn, and then just b6. So look, I mean, look at how h3, e4 are like potential weaknesses for white. How he finally keeping his pawn structure intact over here, because we know that on like knight c6, I suppose where are we going to go? King e6, right? Knight a7. Now the knight's getting kind of far, and we have to decide, do we want to go with that rook a8 move, or maybe there is something else? Like maybe we can even take the pawn, because now on e3 we got king f5.
True. And then there's also rook g8 check ideas, kind of like just waiting in the wings. So yeah, that knight on a7, very offsides, material currently equal. The knight probably wants to extricate itself, something like knight b5, threatening the c7 pawn comes to mind.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the game, again, it's going quite decently for black. And Hikaru, he did just play b6 on the board. He's playing really fast, really confidently. And we're going to wait to see, well, where is Rapport going to put the knight? I mean, I assume c6 is still really the only purposeful square, because kind of going back to c4 feels like you've just wasted some time, and black has improved their pawn structure. So I think we're going to see, knight c6. Yeah, he just put it on the board. And now Hikaru will go for this kind of obvious move. And then after knight a7, I think Hikaru will stop and think. And is there anything else white can do than take the pawn? Yeah, not obvious, because there's no point to f3, it just hangs the h3 pawn.
Right. And same thing with f4, just hangs the e4 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And then rook e3 can easily be met by f5 now, because king probably king f5 too, knight e7 check. There's always, no, probably we need to do f5, because we wouldn't want to fall into a fork in that line, right?
Which line, Jen?
So if you were to play f4 here, knight e4, right, rook e3, we would not want to play king f5, because then knight e7 check, king f4, knight g6. But actually there's king e3, so I was wrong about that too.
Yeah.
White just has a terrible time here. He can't go into this line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, black has pretty much all the moves he wants, because even here, like, he's lucky enough to get that counterattack on the rook.
So we'd have to play knight d5 check instead. The question is,
then you're just down. Yeah, you're just down a pawn.
Yeah.
Or well, maybe you can get one back, but this is but yeah, you're going to still be down a pawn.
And the king is now working for us. That massively strong centralized king.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I like Hikaru. He's got 20 minutes more on the clock. He's playing confidently. He's gotten himself counterplay. White has not been able to establish that sort of control over the game that he was hoping to, due to black's doubled pawns. So overall, really good stuff. And let's see. Let's check out the other games.
Let's check out Nepo's game against Firouzja, because I'm hearing a blunder alert in that game. So we better take a look.
Yeah, last time we saw this, a knight went to g3. And I have to say the move bishop f1 is just a bit surprising from black. Just even like, why would you want to like develop white's rooks and connect them, right? Just on that very primitive level. We were looking at the move king h8, making the king safer. So he did that. And a3, okay, b3, king h8 now, pawn takes. So white just got back his pawn, which is a very positive sign, given like what's going on with that king. Knight
d6. This was the move that we've been kind of thinking black wanted to play, right? To stop the pawn from ever threatening to play d6 here, and to look at ideas like knight a4. But the position we looked at in earlier was subtly different than this one. And now, apparently this is the blunder, because I see the move is red. Why is it such a bad move? After queen takes b4, sure, white picks up a pawn, but you would think that black would have some kind of counterplay there, with the discovered attack and the possibility to hop the knight to either e4 or f5. Is it the case that none of them are any good?
Yeah, it's interesting. So he just grabbed this pawn. I mean, I guess basically, if you're just allowed to go back with your queen, maybe to D2 or E1, right? Like, okay, you just got away with a pawn, and it's not so clear what black has for it. So right now,
Yeah.
what are the discoveries? If you go knight here, I suppose queen E1 is actually a really nice square.
Queen E1, exactly. And if knight F5, you just have queen D2, right?
Yep. Knight F5, queen D2. So basically,
What about bishop B4 there?
uh-huh. Okay. I bet in some positions, Jen, I can even sack the exchange just to like get that square
Yeah.
for my knight. And I mean, I have C3 on bishop B4, so I have like tons of options, I think. So like I go here, you try this stuff, and yeah, I mean C3 actually looks pretty decent to me. I don't really see why that's a bad idea. Whoa, there is some reason.
Oh, knight G3 and knight E4.
Oops. Yeah, I saw.
So maybe queen E1 was more prudent than queen D2.
Well, maybe we just move. So what happens if we just move the queen away? Like, I don't know, anywhere. What is like the threat? I guess you had some ideas of
Well, I'm just hoping to keep attacking things. I'm just like just trying to keep threatening things, you know. But
right. But
unfortunately, like, yeah, it's not quite getting the job done. No, it's not.
Yep.
Oh, brutal. So that pawn, which you can understand, like the pawn looks like optically like maybe it's poisoned because of the discoveries, but unfortunately for Fallujah, that doesn't seem to be the case. And what is our live position?
He is thinking after queen b4. You know, Jen, it's really interesting. I mean, first of all, you know, he was in trouble already, right? I mean, already in this point, like I think the trouble started with this bishop f1 move. Like, I mean, just not very natural to help white improve their rook, right? In chess, you never want to do anything to help your opponent's pieces. So very strange. Like, was he the one who was trying to avoid the queen trade line? I mean, he's the one with the weaker king. So like all this whole move was really quite weird. And king h8, pawn takes, like by the time he lost this pawn, I just feel like, well, what is redeeming about black's position here? Like now you're not even up a pawn. White's pieces look great. This square looks great. The files look great. I mean, I think it's very easy to blunder when you already have a difficult position.
Oh, that's for sure. I mean, that's absolutely true. And that's why strategy and tactics go hand in hand. If you play good strategic chess, you get yourself more tactical opportunities. So you need to look at both of them. By the way, in the chat, somebody just asked, what is Reigns? Said, what women are the highest rated in the world? Well, Yuta Polgar was the highest of all time, as Day Trader 11 pointed out. And after that, Ho Yifan. I talk about all those women in my book, Chess Queens. But who do you think is like the woman in chess who gets the least amount of attention that deserves even more, Irina? Who do you feel like are some legends of the game that like don't always get their due when it comes to like historians or, you know, just chatter, whatever your rubric might be?
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, yeah. So that's a question I probably need to think about. But I would say like one of them, I would say Humpy Koneru, right?
Great one, yeah.
I mean, she was the first woman after Judith Polgar to cross 2,600, as far as I know. Is that right, Jen?
Yeah, that is accurate. And she had a very high peak rating. She's done so many great achievements in chess, but she hasn't ever won the Women's World Championship, and she's played many times. So I think that's one of the reasons why she's a little bit underrated sometimes in the history books, because her achievements when it comes to worldwide rankings are so impressive. Yep. And the only reason she never won those world championships, to be honest, was because she was in the same ones as Ho Yifan, who just seemed to have her number.
Yeah. Well, you know, Alexandra Kostyuk beat Ho Yifan, right, to become the women's world champion in 2008. And it was kind of like a very fortunate timing, I think, because you know, Ho Yifan was already very strong, and she was not, I don't think, the underdog in her match with Kostyuk at all. But at the same time, she was still quite young. And I think the extra experience that Alexandra had, it was just like the perfect timing, because even even a year or two later, it would have been very difficult to beat Ho Yifan, right? And yeah, you know, after that, she just became kind of dominant, crossed 2,600, got to 2,650. But Humpy, by the way, did Humpy play a match against Ho Yifan? I feel like they did. Did they?
Yeah, they did play once. And then another time she got upset earlier in the match against another Chinese player. So yeah, and those are another players that are sometimes underrated a little bit because you have so many great female Chinese women players. But the ones who get the most tension are certainly Xie Jun because she was the pioneer. Right. Yeah. So of course she won when like it just like came as like this massive bolt from the blue and really kind of created an absolute boom in Chinese women's chess. And then of course Hou Yifan because she became the highest rated. But then in addition to them, there are so many great world champions, right? There's Zhu Wenjun, there's of course Zhu Shen. Yeah, she's one of my favorites as well. And then, of course, there's also Tan Zhangji as well. So I think sometimes those three don't get quite as much attention because of like the kind of achievements of Xie Jun and Hou Yifan.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking like, Jen, wait, there was another one. And I mean, it's like there's so many.
Zhu Yuhua.
Zhu Yuhua is who I'm thinking of, right? Because I was gonna be like, Jen, remind me, you know, we played that match against China in the Bled Olympiad 2002. Who was it that I played in that match, right? Zhu Yuhua. I mean, she was a World Cup winner, I think, and she was basically was she the women's world champion?
Yes,
yeah,
she won the women's world champion. Yeah, she doesn't play anymore, which is the one reason why you probably forget her, right?
Yeah.
For some reason, she doesn't play anymore, even though you know she was won
so
that
strong,
prestigious title. That I mean, hey, it's a good title to have, right?
Yeah, there's so many strong, strong women players from China. I mean, I think now we're getting quite a nice boom from Indian female players, right? We got Vaishali, and I think a few more coming up. So Vaishali, who won her first speed chess women's speed chess championship match against Asobayeva. I think Kazakhstan is also getting, a boom in women's chess. And yeah, no, it's an exciting time.
Yeah, we've had 17 women's world champions, and none of them have been Indian, despite the incredible Indian players, including Hikaru, of course. So I feel like that's like one kind of like glaring thing that might change and could result in like a lot more, even more attention and development in Indian women's chess. So yeah. There's a lot of cool candidates for that. And, in my book, Chess Queens, I do talk about a lot of players that you might not have heard of. It's not only about the very best, because to me, it's like, it's not just about how good you got at chess. It's also about like what you contributed to the culture and to the game. So definitely recommend that.
Oh, Jen, name me one player you think I might not have heard of that you write about in your book.
Oh, yeah, good question. Well, I write about... I think that I mean you know your stuff. I feel like you know.
I know. Try to find my weak spots, Jen. Let's go.
Mary Bain.
Okay, interesting. So, okay, you're right, Jen. Like, I don't know a lot about Mary Bain. The name, like, it rings a bell, and I'm guessing that because Alexi Root also recently wrote a book called U.S. Women's Chess Champions, right? And that way I actually learned quite a bit about the history of U.S. women's chess. And she asked me to, write a forward for the book. So I read the book. And so I'm pretty sure I came across the name of Mary Bain. And man, I mean, so what time period are we talking about?
The 50s. And she was the U.S. women's chess champion. And also she was very, so she played for the United States internationally. And she was actually quite frustrated because she was really serious about chess. And I think she was like just jealous of like the opportunities that like the Russian players had to train, the Soviet players had to train amongst each other. Mm-hmm. So she wrote like a bunch of like scathing letters about how unfair it was that she didn't get to bring her trainer. Mm-hmm. And she was also extremely liberal politically. By the way, we've got some moves here in the Nepo Firouzja game as Firouzja's woes seem to be increasing as Nepo's just pounded down this move, bishop b6, and the computers think that the game is just totally over. Not exactly sure why that's the case.
Why do they think so, Jen? Right. Well, I mean, it's interesting. So what is the big deal if we go queen d7 here? I suppose, we have some interesting ideas of trying to like get our queen here. That's one. Another one is, okay, well, first of all, what do you want? You want this, right? This is your big plan. So actually on queen d7, I kind of like queen e1. It just seems to stop your ideas.
Oh, I get it. And it's actually difficult for you to protect the pawn. Is that the idea? Like you could play,
Yeah.
you have to basically play e4, right? I mean, how else do you protect that pawn?
Yeah, if you go e4, well, ooh, but then this diagonal is going to be a big
Oh,
problem.
yeah. That's gross because then knight h5 is coming into the position as well.
Yeah, so
So that's terrible. Okay, what about in a more aggressive move like knight b5, threatening knight c3 check?
knight b5. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, that is definitely annoying. So now I have to decide like c4 is an
Oh,
interesting move.
c4. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have a light square bishop to try to harass you on that diagonal.
Yeah. There's also very interesting, I guess, exchange sack that we can do, right? We can like basically let you in with your idea and just say, okay, you can take the rook if you want. But because you basically got like no, oh, I was just gonna play rook takes d1, but I see there is something more juicy.
Yeah, we're gonna say, speaking of the juicer, this is a very juicy move as rook takes f6, bishop f6, queen
Yeah.
f6, king g8, and it's oh, I was gonna do bishop d4, but
Bishop d4, yeah.
I mean they're both juicy. Yeah, it's just what kind of juice do you want?
Nice. Well, looks like Nepo. Look at that. I mean, is he going to do an Anand, Jen? Is he going to win 2 consecutive candidates tournaments? I mean, I don't know. Well, it's too early to say, but obviously getting out to a +2 start is really good for him.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. All right. Well, and I think that this is very exciting. Nepo looks like he's going to get off to a sizzling start. Let's go back to Hikaru's game and see what changes have been made there. We picked up right around this point, right after knight a7.
Yeah. So he decided to go this. What were we looking at here? Knight b5, right? That's what we were looking at. And rook a2, knight c7, and king e5.
King e5 was we were looking at, and that is what was played. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And now it's white's move.
Oh yeah, I need to do that thing where I flip the board again. Okay. Did we look at this exact position? I feel like
no, I don't think so. I think it was a little bit different.
Yeah, we looked at
you know what it was? I think we ended up winning a pawn on a7, not c7.
Yeah. Oh, we were looking at this move at 4.
That was just horrible. But we were also looking at knight a7, where somehow the c7 pawn was the one that captured, not the a7 pawn in this line, right?
Yeah.
I see. We were looking at knight c6 instead of knight b5. Okay. Well, this makes a lot more sense.
Knight c6 here,
yeah. Knight b5 does make a lot more sense. Okay. So that's why the position is better than the ones that we were looking at. Makes sense. And now knight has just come back to d5 to threaten b6 for one and threaten f4. Sure. Makes sense.
So unfortunately, we cannot take this pawn because there's f4.
Right. And that's strong because king takes e4 doesn't attack anything concretely. Okay, so what to do here? Bring our knight back to e6, where it has been our steadfast companion earlier in the game, both protecting the f4 square and also eyeing the d4 square. Seems
I think like, okay, one very kind of obvious move here. When I say very obvious, like, okay, knight e6, just stopping at 4. And basically saying like, okay, you take, unfortunately I can't take the pawn because of the fork, but like, this seems like, okay, black is down a pawn. Yeah, maybe this is not like absolutely perfect. Like you do have a lot of play, but maybe we can do better than that. So that's one option. And he's still thinking, right? So, we can try. Well, how is the check different? Check here. The check is different because we're going to threaten the fork. You can't take on b6.
True, but we're not threatening the b2 pawn anymore. So
we're not. We're only threatening this one.
Yeah. So it's like it's a tough call because obviously the Rapport's not gonna.
Yeah, like it's basically about compensation. It's kind of interesting. Just like even like simple moves like that and basically saying, okay, black's down a pawn, but with a lot of activity, right?
Well, the key active piece, I mean, in addition to the knight, which has been good all game, so nothing's changed there, but the king is godly.
I'm looking at Nepo's expressions in the video cam and he just looks he looks very confident, Jen, you know, like he's wrapping things up in their game
Oh.
with Ali Reza. He did just go, by the way, Queenie won. So, I mean, he is, yeah, he's feeling good about his game. And wait, what just happened? Did some game just end? I saw some people just shake hands. Was
Oh,
that
well,
Duda and Rajabov? Like I really saw that.
I am
on
sorry to say, but that's a game we really didn't get a chance to look at, but it doesn't look like it's over.
Really, I don't know what I was seeing on the web. Maybe I was seeing like a recording of them shaking hands at the beginning of the game. I don't know, but I just thought I saw something there.
No, it looks like that game's still underway. Yeah. Could it be Ding Karana? No. Night, by the way, that game did well.
Yeah, that must have been opening. I think that was.
Looks like somebody's been thinking. Somebody's been in the tank in that game, as you know, Ding Liren is thinking for over 20 minutes after that knight to e4 move that we looked at earlier. So that game's going kind of slowly.
Yeah, Hikaru was just shaking his head like he was unhappy about something. Also, I don't know what he's so unhappy with. Maybe he just wanted something even better. But his expressions, like it looks worse than it is on the board, right? His expressions look very dissatisfied, but I don't think it, that he always does that, says meta world chess. Yeah, he's probably reading chat. That's right. He's just dissatisfied with the level of the chat, guys. Let's raise it up a bit.
Yeah, I know you guys are doing all right today. And I have to give a big shout out to the mods, because on the rare occasions that you're not doing great, it's taken care of so quickly. So much love to all 16,000 plus of you who are tuning in right now as we watch Nakamura battle against Rapport. And it's been a battle. I mean, he's really been impressive. He's even, you know, making Irina consider giving up her beloved Sicilian. That might be a little bit of an overstatement.
Very slightly done.
But he hasn't played this line. So we were just talking about how, from a strategic point of view, it's a tough call. Do we want to attack the pawn on b2, or do we want to have this f4 check looming? So those are the options. And either way, to be honest, Nakamura is going to have big compensation for the pawn, right? And that big compensation is the super powerful king. And, you know, that's actually one of the advantages of not castling. Now, I really don't want to convince you guys not to castle, you viewers, but there is something to be said for it. Like, why is White's king on g1 and Black's king on e5, Irina? Because Black just went straight to the center of the board, skipped castling.
Yeah. So I wonder, John, like, which move do I like the most out of all of these? I mean, we saw like some pretty good compensation after rook 8-1, right? King g2, knight e6, and then rook e3, b5. Now, what happens if you, okay, yeah, that's the whole point of the check, is that you can't take on b6 because of knight f4. So I like that aspect of it, because I kind of like not losing the b pawn. What if you go rook b3 though?
Yeah, that's a very annoying move, to be honest, Irina. That bothers me a little bit. Would I have stopped that if I played knight e6 right away though? Or could you still do this idea? You still could have gone for that idea, right? Like if I tried knight a6 in this position.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. You can still try your rook b3 plan. That's the problem, I guess. Yeah, it's not like I'm stopping it here.
Yeah, I mean, here, what is the difference? I really don't know. There is some kind of move like this, trying to overload this pawn, which is kind of nice because you don't really want to take.
Well, there's knight c3 check at the moment as well, but we can always throw in a rook a1, right? Like whenever you want to.
Yeah, so basically you're down a pawn, like just in one sample line. Like if knight takes b6 happens, pawn takes e4, I was thinking, or yeah, pawn takes, you have some trickiness over here. I have to think about, like, do I want to allow you to like trade rooks with me? I don't really want to allow that. I mean, I guess I can. Like maybe Black survives, like down a pawn in this position against that side pawn. Wouldn't be that crazy, but in case we don't want that to happen, what can we do here?
By the way, welcome to everybody watching on the Twitch homepage. Really appreciate it. If you guys have any questions, put them in the chat. We are going to pull out the best ones.
Yeah.
If you're just checking in with us, we're keeping our eye on this game, Nakamura versus Rapport. He does have the black key pieces for the second round in a row, Irina. So it would be a pretty solid result here to draw. But honestly, some of our analysis is actually showing better positions for black. It's kind of going in all three directions, although I would say the draw is the most likely.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think also Rapport has navigated this pretty well. Doesn't look like he's going to experience back rank mate problems in this game, most likely, right? That's what we were concerned about. And, things are liquidating. Hikaru has actually quite a big choice on this move. Yeah, it makes sense that he's thinking here because he basically needs to figure out, okay, how is he stopping f4? By the way, yeah, he cannot take this pawn immediately because of knight c3. So he has to figure out, does he want to throw in the check? Does he want to do this move immediately? Maybe even looking at some move like c4, right? It's really a lot to think about here for him right now. So I expect he's going to be thinking for a while. We did get one interesting question, Jen. Somebody has asked already numerous times. We just haven't had a chance to get to it. And the question is, what do we think about Hikaru doing the video recaps during the tournament? Do we think, I guess the question is implying that, like, is that helpful to him or not? Is it too distracting? What are your thoughts about that?
Well, that's a great question. I don't really see it that differently as him like doing an interview. I think he's got it down. He's got so much practice in speaking to his fans and speaking about these games in a way that doesn't reveal anything important. So I think it's okay, assuming that he's got it fit into his routine in a way that's not going to be that draining. And I mean, I watched him and I think he does. He wants to give back to his fans and give his own insights into the game without reducing his chances of winning the tournament. I think he's certainly done that. He even makes sure, that he doesn't really talk about the opening if it's something that might recur, right? So yeah, I believe Hikaru is here because he knows how to thread that needle and that it's fine for him to keep doing it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it depends on, kind of who you are. It's a very individual thing. Like, I think if that's just, not what you're doing, that's not, you're not used to constantly kind of having that connection to your audience, it would be like more of a distraction, right? But when you have, already been so committed to streaming, you really want to keep that connection with your audience. Yeah, I think doing a short video for him is okay. I mean, it shows a lot of commitment for sure. Like, I would say it probably would be easier for him not to do anything like that. And I think it's actually would, as a fan, it would make me appreciate him more that he's actually bothering to do that during such an important event for him.
Absolutely. And do you guys think that some of his opponents watch his after game streams? I think they probably do, or at least somebody from their team probably watches them, right? I mean, I would assume so. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. Like when I play like a tournament, I like to watch the commentary. Like, I've often watched you at the US championships, Jen. Like, I just come back to my room after the games, like finish watching up the games, but I tend not to be as interested in like interviews of my future opponents. So the parallel I'm making is like, I don't know how much Hikaru's opponents are like watching what he's saying. Just because, I don't know, I feel like, I guess that's a balance. Like, how helpful do I think that will be compared to just like better tune out everything and just like focus on my own, process. And so I like, for example, I watched like Alice Lee's interviews like all after the tournament, right? Like when I was writing my article for American Chess Magazine on the American Cup, I watched her interviews, but like during the tournament, I just didn't, I just focused on my thing.
Yeah, well, a lot of times the interviews are also like they can be very interesting about non-chess topics, but usually when people talk about their strategy in the tournaments, like you often have some very similar phrasings that intentionally don't give anything away, right?
Yeah. I actually, I'm not really. I mean, like for me, I wouldn't think that Hikaru would be giving much away in his videos. It's more just like whether it's a distraction or not, like whether it's how you're spending your energy. Really, that's all it's about, right? I'm sure, there's a little bit of a sacrifice involved in like doing that stuff when you like lose a game. Like I doubt that it would be pleasant for someone to go and do a recap like on a game they've lost, but there's probably, it can be maybe also cathartic in a way, right? Where you turn something very negative into like something that you're giving back to your audience. Basically, you're sharing it with them, and so maybe it actually can kind of help you process it.
Catharsis. I love that word. Indeed. That's always a way to talk about like postmortems, right? Postmortem analysis. Yeah. When you lose and you get that out of your system, you figure out what you did wrong and then you move on. But I don't see a loss in the future for Hikaru in this game. That's for sure. Of course, it's possible. Anything's possible. A win is possible. A loss is possible. A draw is possible. A draw is the most possible, in my opinion, just because both players are playing so well in this game. I mean, they're both really being flawless. So, if that continues, then, we know what result we're going to see. But hey.
Jen, by the way, in, the game Ding versus Caruana, and it's kind of going the way we talked about, because we actually look, it's really funny. We talked about this line, right, with a knight coming in, a4, and then I was like, well, there is this move, queen c4, might be worth looking at. It actually happened, and we got this position on the board. So right now, Fabi is thinking, and I suppose he's going to be taking this knight. We're going to see a rook endgame on the board shortly, and then he's going to have to figure out, like, well, which pawn he wants to go for. We looked at rook c8. There's also rook a8. And well, like in this line, I suppose after rook c1, rook c5, like there is some advantage for white because white has the better kind of pass pawn. And you can't.
Yeah. We looked at a more like pedestrian variation where I tried to play rook a1 and ram the pawn up the board, and it didn't work.
Right.
And then it was an easy draw for black. But as you point out, of course, there's some more subtle plays for white that don't, put the pawn on a4 in immediate jeopardy, right? So now you can't chase it, because if you were to chase it, I would take your pawn on c4. So yeah, clearly Ding Liren will go for a little bit more than just an immediate draw. I would say that.
Interesting here, Jen. Again, the back rank weakness comes into play because, like, let's say black goes here, and they still can't play rook a5 because of rook c3, and you gain a tempo by threatening mate.
So we need to take a moment to make some luft. King f8 seems like maybe the way to do it, because it also brings our king into the center.
Yeah. And look at that. And you're just in time to protect your pawn and still get that one. And that's annoying. That's really the kind of, edge that white wants is planning to get here.
That's very annoying, because now I'm down a pawn and I've got my rook behind my passed pawn. So I would prefer to try something else as black. Yeah,
we can see what else.
Maybe earlier, instead of rook c8, I should have looked at rook a8 as well.
Yeah, let's take
go after that pawn. But what happens? Okay, cool. So if c6, I can just take the pawn. c7, I can come back, right?
Yeah. So if rook c1, rook here, pawn push. Oh, we can't. We have time for rook a6, Jen, because white can't take the pawn because of their back rank. Wow.
Wait, what about c6 right away?
c6, I think I can take.
Really? And then if c7?
Wait, c7, rook a8, and then you just go rook b1, right?
Well, rook b1, I think, or rook d1. I don't know which one's better. But yeah, one of those.
Yeah, okay. So hold on. C6.
So that loses because I'm turning rook d8 check, right? And you can't get out of it.
Maybe c6, rook a6?
Yeah, maybe you just have to switch back to winning that pawn, right? c6, rook c8, also rook c8. Because in this one, you're not guarding the back rank, yeah? And then, again, we could have that problem. Whereas if you do it the other way, I think it's, let's see how it works the other way if we play rook c8 here.
Yeah, I see the computer wants to go king f8. Why does he?
What about rook c8? What about the more obvious move, rook c8?
Isn't it the same thing though, Jen?
Not exactly, right?
But what's the difference? Your rook's on c6 versus c5, because I can go for rook c1. It's like, I think we're just going into this position, right?
Oh, okay. I'm not getting mated though, right?
No, you're not getting mated.
Yeah. It's similar to the one that we looked at before. Okay,
exactly. Yeah. So I'm thinking if c6, so there's king f8 is at least a kind of a different try.
They want to play king f8 to just make a more useful move that gets our king towards the center and stops at checkmate, right? So that if you were going to kamikaze your pawn with c7, you're taking your tempos to do it, right? I mean, that makes sense. Yeah. Because now we can actually take the pawn on a4.
Look at that, Jen.
Yeah.
And now rook b1 doesn't win because we already have king e7.
And then, yeah, rook b8, we have rook a1 mating. Yeah.
Yep. No rook b8 because of rook a1. Pretty cool. You go rook c8. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I also got myself.
Yeah.
But like, let's say the idea is here that even though white's up a pawn, he's going to lose that pawn imminently.
And the cool thing is that our king is close enough to the center that you're not going to be able to win the pawn endgame, right? That's the strength of the outside pass pawn. If this was an a pawn, it's harder for the king to get all the way over there to capture the pawn, right? Which makes life a lot harder for black.
Yeah.
All right. Well, some defensive calculations here for Fabi.
Okay, so this position is on the board and he needs to just figure out where to move his rook. But okay, I think he will figure this out. He has enough time, although he has less time than Ding. You know, I'm not saying that rook c8 is really so bad, but I think rook a8, so it's a little bit more forcing, right? That's basically the point. You want to bring in your king. So let's say they go rook a1 just to show. I think the idea is simply king f8, right? It's bringing the king into the game, which is such an important idea in the end game, right? Like you're not worried about the c pawn going anywhere. Your king just kind of comes in and deals with it. And yeah, black should be drawing. So I think rook a8 looks like a good move, and hopefully Fabi will be equalizing here. After rook a8, what else can white do? So there's rook a1, rook b1, but essentially we're probably going to liquidate, right? Like rook b1, king f8, rook b4, c3, rook c4, king e7, just in time, really. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Irina, in the game between Nepo and Firouzja, we only have 2 more moves, but it just looks like it's slip sliding to disaster here for Firouzja. Queen a5, bishop a5, and everything just always seems to come up roses for Nepomniachtchi here, as that bishop, if it lands on c3, that a1 to h8 diagonal just looks so golden.
Yeah. I love the smell of roses, Jen. I always stop to smell them whenever I see them. And it's looking, beautiful for Nepo. He's going to be in such a good mood. I can only imagine that like beating Firouzja like that is just going to feel incredible. Do you see that he has more than an hour on the clock compared to his opponent? I mean, that's not just winning, right? That's kind of like crushing someone, making them use up all their time, you know, suffering, and then they're still going to lose. So yeah, I would say, you know, we did talk about Firouzja's opening choice in the beginning, right? That it could work out in one of 2 ways for him. And I think he will look back on this and be like, yeah, maybe against Nepo, against such a great attacking player, maybe such a sharp line of the Najdorf was not actually the best idea.
Yeah, beautifully played here by Nepo. Yes, I love roses too. Are they your favorite flower, Irina?
They are, guys. Just, it's okay. Just send us roses. Any color will be good.
I used to love lilies, but now I have a wonderful cat, little lady, and cats are allergic to lilies. So,
Jen, is your cat going to make an appearance on the stream?
Oh, she loves being in the same room as me. So yeah, she might. She very well might.
Very cool. You know,
tulips also, they're allergic to tulips as well. So now now roses is my favorite flower because I believe that cats are not allergic to those.
The problem for me, Jen, is that I love cats, but I'm actually allergic to cats. And yeah.
How important. That's so sad.
I know. So when I'm watching my cat, my family's cat, like I sneeze a lot, you know, I really become like a sneezing machine. It's pretty crazy.
Totally worth it. It's totally worth it. You know,
I agree.
What's a sneeze when it comes to the love of a beautiful little kitty cat.
I agree, Jen. You know, I'm actually going to be cat sitting for the next couple of weeks, you know, as my family's going on vacation. So I'll be hanging out with Leopold a lot.
Oh, Leopold. That's a cool name. You know, sometimes, occasionally it gets better, I heard. So that's cool that you're cat sitting, you know. Sometimes it doesn't, but occasionally it does. So oh, we have a move here, by the way. So Fallujah did play knight to c4. Okay, all right. So what is this move? Is it got a threat?
Yeah, I mean, bishop c3 is basically where white wants to go anyway. He doesn't really need a special invitation. So I think that he will be doing that. I mean, I see there's some funny tactic like this. I would really doubt that he's going to go for this. I don't know. I mean, I guess he can. It's not super difficult to calculate, but why in the world would you do that when you got like a simple move like bishop c3?
Yeah, you're right. I think you're completely right about that, Irina. Bishop c3 just kind of continues the flow of the game, which has been so dominant, and white's pieces are just ready to unleash.
Yeah.
Bishop c3 and what to do, you know, then the threat of rook f6 and queen f1 is truly lethal because you won't even be able to play knight a5 anymore.
Yeah, bishop c3. I mean, it's just a very simple move. You're like putting your bishop on the right diagonal. Did he do it? He did something. I think he did something different. Oh yeah, look at that, Jen. He did something different and he played it pretty fast. d6. All right. Makes sense. Yeah, I suppose if knight takes bishop, we will just take on e7, intermediate move, and then capture the knights. It's totally winning. Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, if bishop takes, it hangs the knight. If knight takes, I mean, even queen e5 is completely winning. Sure, like d6 is strong.
So, Irina, we've got a couple of moves in the Hikaru game. After knight d5, I believe that's where we left it off. But you have d6 and bishop d8 in this game too. So moves everywhere. But look, before we leave this, so this is the final position that we have, bishop d8.
Yeah, it's beautiful. 1:11 versus 1 minute and 11 seconds. Look at that. Perfect.
Well, let's wait for the posterity. You know, we got 22 seconds. No, I mean, we got 9 seconds until it's 1:11:11.
Yeah, yeah. Let's stick with that. I agree, because it's not something you see every day, is it?
Wait.
Take a picture. Yeah.
Okay. Somebody must have screenshot that. Yes. There are people who think that's lucky, Irina.
Yeah. Well, let's go take a look at Rapport versus Naka. What is Naka doing? Well, he actually did play okay. He went rook a1, check, and let's flip the board. He went check, king g2, and knight e6. Yeah, actually, again, you know, staying very accurate. Like we did think that this was one of the more accurate continuations for him. So good for him for finding that and saving that pawn from capture.
Yep, knight f4 check would it be the result of trying to snack on that pawn. So we won't imagine the Rapport would do that. Instead, I think your favorite move was rook b3, right? That was one that we keep coming back to because it gets the rook out of that fork on f4 while also doubling the pressure on the b6 pawn. Yeah,
so definitely that's a possible move. I mean, at this point, what is black really threatening? So black has two main ideas. One of his ideas in general is that, although I suppose it works better when they move the rook away, because otherwise you're just going there, okay, they're going to take you, just trade pawns. There's really no point. You don't want to trade that pawn on e4. You want to attack it and win it, right, as a target. But if they do move their rook, then this becomes an idea. Secondly, I suppose another move we can look at is like rook f3. That just came to my mind. Why not? Why is rook f3 like not even on the radar here?
Oh, rook f3 just attacking f6?
It's attacking f6. I mean, I understand there's probably, you know what I'm thinking, Jen, like knight d4.
Yeah, c2 is hanging, which is annoying.
And then take like that. So like rook f3 and I think knight d4. And then if you take my pawn, I take your pawn and...
Or you could take c2 first because, you know, the e4 pawn looks hard to protect, right? And I mean, I guess you could play pawn to f3 here. Is that the idea? But then there's knight e3 check. That's the key, knight e3 check. And then after knight takes e3, the rook on f6 hangs.
Yeah, good point, Jen. So there's like this kind of tactic where we deflect your knight and take your rook. And of course, that would be lovely for black.
So instead, you have to give up that pawn. You need to move your king, and then knight takes d5, pawn takes d5, king d5, rook b6. Again, we see a lot of trades. And it's just the question is, at the end of the day, can we keep the balance? 3 pawns for white, 2 for black, but our king is still so powerful, right? That's the key here.
Yeah.
But what to do here? Because rook h1, there's king g2, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we're down this pawn, but it seems like not such a big deal. We have pretty good activity. I wonder.
Yeah, very good activity. That's true.
Like, yeah, I suppose like this move is nice because it actually pulls your king into more passive position on g2, and then maybe we just stay, right? Like active with the rook, threats of rook d2. I'd love to push your king back to the back rank. On f4, there's king e4. Yeah, there's a lot of activity here for black. It's certainly not such a big problem to give up the pawn. So let's see where we are at. He's still thinking after 96, right? So there's a big choice here for white. It's actually pretty hard to predict his move because they've all got their points, right? Like you can go after this pawn, you can go after that pawn, or you could look for something else where you're not going after anything. So I expect Rapport is going to have a long think here. Jen, do you want to go for a short break and come back and see what Rapport comes up with here?
Oh yeah, why don't you? I feel why don't we take turns? So why don't you? I'll take a couple questions from the chat,
sure.
And then yeah, because I see we're getting a lot of fantastic questions here.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, you can talk to our chat, and I will see you. I'll see you in a couple of minutes, guys.
You know, I don't know if I can power things. Can you show me the board where I can see all 4? Are you able to do that, Irina, since you're sharing your screen? Just because I think
interesting.
I don't think we're going to get
I'm not sure. Oh, maybe like this. I'm gonna try, Jen. I'm gonna try.
Because I think we're gonna get a result any moment in from
I don't think.
And Nepo.
Do you want me to just leave it on for you over there?
Yeah, sure. We'll leave that one on. You're just gonna be gone for a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
This one we might just see a result. I mean, I'll let Irina take a little break here. But bishop c3, queen e6 is both on the board. Yeah, and I was just thinking that king a1 is a very simple move here. I mean, it's not one of the computer's choices, but if king a1 were played, the knight on c4 would be hanging, right? Right, the knight on c4 is hanging, and then the e5 pawn hangs, and after that, it looks like it's total death. I mean, if you look at this position, everything is just gonna fall for black. It's kind of like dominoes. Once that pawn on e5 hangs, the knight on f6 is gonna hang, and once the knight on f6 hangs, of course, the king on h8 is also in deep peril, and Nepo is gonna win yet another game. AK for 3, thank you. You wrote that you guys should read Jen Chahadi's new book on women in chess. Thank you for highlighting that message. Please do give me any questions you have. At this point, do you help Firouzja by taking your time to calculate your moves, or you should blitz them out to limit his thinking time on your cost? You know, actually, I would say neither, AK for 3, because the thing about Nepomniachtchi's position here is that, yes, he is ahead tremendously on the clock, and that's a cool talking point. We even saw the funny moment where Firouzja had 1 minute and 11 seconds to an hour, 11 minutes and 11 seconds for Jan Nepomniachtchi. But the key thing here is that white is also just totally winning on the board. And when you're totally winning on the board, you don't even care about your opponent's time, right? In fact, caring about your opponent's time when you're winning on the board has caused a lot of people to blow winning positions. Believe it or not, it's sometimes a strategy. My brother Greg is a wonderful blitz player. And, you know, notwithstanding an incredibly surprising result by Greg in the recent I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship, where he was drastically upset by Lawrence Trent. I mean, he's a great blitz player. And when we were kids, we used to play blitz a lot. And on the occasions that I did get a winning position, that's when you start playing on the clock, right? That's when you start blitzing out your moves, because when you're losing in the position, you need to play the clock. When you're winning in the position, you just win the position, right? That's very important to keep in your brain, whether it's blitz or whether it's classical chess. Let me see if I have any more. Who is your favorite mod? Well, I'm sorry. I do a lot of work with Charlie Chaydock, so I have to say that he's my least favorite mod. Just kidding. Just kidding. Much love to Chada and to everybody on this channel because you're all doing a great job. AK for 3 says, I see, makes total sense. Thank you for the insight. You're welcome. Creamsicle is molding. Oh, I love creamsicles too. And and creamsicle. And creamsicle the mod. Thank you, the CG Gamer. We love that you love the stream as well. I'm going to scroll up and see if I have any other cool questions. Hey, Jen, miss you on the St. Louis Chess Club site. Yeah, I think I'm going to be back for the US Championship this year, actually. So that's going to be exciting. I'm also, you know, honestly, I'm just doing a lot of, in addition to my writing, I'm doing a lot of work with US Chess Women to encourage girls and women in chess. And I'm also doing a lot of poker. So I've just been keeping super busy with my hands and all the different bots. In fact, I'm actually flying off to Las Vegas for the World Series of Poker tomorrow. So that's going to be super fun. And if you want to follow me, you can certainly check me out on Twitter and Instagram. I'll be updating people on my progress there. Yeah, Hikaru's live board will always be there on the top right as well. So yeah, you'll see right now we still have that position where Richard is thinking about rook b3, rook f3, rook d2. Neither of the moves, or none of the moves rather, neither kind of implying a choice between two. None of the moves seem particularly dangerous when you have time to think. And certainly Nakamura has had plenty of time to think and prepare this position. And again, I just want to point out that killer king, that king on e5, the power of a centralized king in the endgame, in this case, compensating fully for one pawn. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of questions. Of course, it's a very popular question about WGM, and Creamsicle has that wonderful prepared answer in the chat about the WGM title. Somebody earlier, I'm sorry, I don't remember who it was, mentioned that WGM is kind of close to the IM title. And actually one of the suggestions I give in my book, Chess Queens, is because the title WGM raises so many questions now with 40 women in the world holding the ultimate title, the Grandmaster title, including Irina Krush. I suggested that merging the WGM and IM titles could be a good solution so that there's this kind of understanding of what it is for people that get confused, and yet people could choose whichever one they want.
That makes sense.
And Irina's back.
I'm back. What do we got on the board here, Jen?
Well, we got a couple of moves. No moves in Hikaru's game at the moment. Rapport is still trying to figure out whether to play rook f3 or rook b3 or rook d2, but we do have a couple moves on Ali Reza's game, and I think it's going to end pretty soon. I mean, we keep saying that, but he still only has 1 minute with 10 moves till the time control. He's just played the move knight to d5, and I feel like, well, bishop takes e5 check is possible, right? But you could also just slide the bishop back.
Yeah, I mean, bishop a1. Oh yeah, you could just do that because on f6, there's still a pin going on. So actually you're not prevented from taking that pawn. And that looks pretty good. What else can he do? I suppose he can take immediately. What is that?
Yeah, we could take immediately. It wasn't my top choice because I love that bishop.
Yeah,
but yeah. I mean, it still looks great.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, Jen. I would go bishop a1. I mean, I agree. Like, you got to keep the bishop. That's such a beautiful piece, right? Such a great attacking bishop.
And then you were looking at f6, right? Yeah.
Yeah, f6, and yeah, I would much rather give you the knight. Here, you can take the knight.
And now we're threatening knight g6 as well, so you better do something about it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't take with my queen because, after you take, it's not like a checkmate. But I can take with my bishop, and I am up I'm up 2 pawns for the moment, plus your king is open, plus my pieces are great. So I guess I'm satisfied here.
Yes.
Wow.
And
we got a lot of people watching now, Jen.
That's right, we do. Yes. Welcome everybody. We love to see everyone. We love the comments and the support for Nakamura as he battles to play in the World Chess Championship, the summit of chess. Let me check and see if there's been another move in that game. I don't think there is one.
Yeah, by the way, Mustafisha
Oh, no,
says,
there is one, and we haven't looked at it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sorry, Jen. Mustafisha says, he mentions Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and I got to tell you that I really loved Sherlock Holmes stories, and I read them all actually in my time, and I loved the character of Irene Adler. You know, I noticed that her name was similar to mine. So here's a question for the chat, guys. Let's do some trivia. What was the address of Sherlock Holmes? Where did he live? They pretty much mention it in every story, so there's a chance you can remember.
I know.
Okay, yes, very good. The chat is quick to answer. Man, why is the chat so well educated? How did this happen?
You're so smart. Oh my gosh. I saw that Chadok even got the answer, so
nice.
that's particularly impressive. Yes, it is Baker Street. That's right. And, you know, Baker Street also has that same address, has the chess shop, the London Chess and Bridge shop. I was actually just there doing, I was doing a Chess Queen signing there. So it's exactly the same street. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. That is totally crazy. Okay, so what is position on the board? He has done something different, Jen. He hasn't played Bishop A1, I think. He played Knight F4. Okay, sure.
That looks fantastic.
Yeah, he's getting rid of the knight, so actually keeping the bishop.
Pin and win.
Yeah.
Will be the difference here is that there's going to be even more pressure. Oh, let's go through the game and see what the current position on the board is. Queen E2, knight to B2 has been played. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the deal here? Look, what is that knight doing?
Yeah, you can ignore him. You could just move away. Like that's kind of a cool thing. I mean, I suppose you could take him, and there's really nothing preventing you from just like even grabbing that pawn if you want, or just taking and not taking the pawn, doing something else. I suppose you can do that. I mean, I would say this move is very tempting. Again, like I really like leaving the bishop on, and sometimes there's rook f6 ideas of like. There's also, bishop e5 ideas. So I would say rook df1 would still be my choice here, John.
Yeah, I like rook f1, and the idea of bishop e5 is coming. You still can't take my rook on f4, and the knight on b2 just looks like it's at a party all by itself in the corner, right? Not an impressive knight, even though it's reached the innermost depths of Nepo's position. It still just doesn't do anything. Meanwhile, Nepo's coordination is like nirvana. So let's take a look though, because I just noticed that Rapport actually played a move that we didn't look at. We felt like we looked at most moves in this position, but he played none of the above. He played the move c4, which I guess, in some of those lines we were looking at like knight d4 hitting the pawn on c2. So perhaps that came into play in some of these lines. Yeah,
and also I guess the idea is that if you ever do move this rook away, that your knight's protected against like f5 ideas. So I think c4 makes sense.
On the other hand, it keeps the rook on d3 in capture now. So if we were to play king takes pawn, that rook is actually attacked. Now, of course, that's not a good move because rook e3 is winning. King f5, knight e7 check, and unfortunately, I don't have the f6 square, so I just lose a whole piece. So we can't take it right away, but that could come into play in another position.
Yeah, let's take a look at what happens if we just like directly attack one of these pawns. So like if we go here. So what is going to happen on rook to b3? Right, you just defend, you attack. If I take, you're probably gonna take me. Or actually, no, wait, taking is still poisoned.
Yes, exactly. That rook e3 line, yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, let's say I go here, go after your other pawn. If you take, I guess I take rook c4. Rook c4 looks okay. I hit your other pawn. I still have maybe f5 ideas at some point. Seems quite okay for black.
Hikaru played, by the way, he made a move already, rook to e1. So similar idea, just like counterattack, right?
Yeah, finding a pawn to attack. That's right. Basically, all of these pawns were possible targets for black. So interesting move by Hikaru. Now, knight takes b6 is still impossible. Yeah, always this fork on f4. And how does white protect this pawn? I mean, rook e3 just loses the pawn immediately, right? We're just going to trade, and then, you know, this pawn is going to be capturable. I mean, you can take with the f pawn, I guess, like doubling your pawns, but yeah, I think we have enough activity here to be doing fine. So how do you defend it? How do you defend it? Like f3 allows rook e2, so that's out of the question. King f3, I guess you can try.
King f3, good point.
Yeah, I don't know what it really does. Like we can still take it. Like you don't have.
But then there's okay, and then knight. There's knight. So knight takes f6. There's rook f4 check. So that's no bueno. But okay, at least you can still take the pawn on b6, which simultaneously defends the pawn on c4. So that does save the day.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious, like why on rook f4? Oh, why we can't go king g2? Because yeah, king g2 looks normal to me. Black is down a pawn. Where is the compensation? Oh, Jen, I have to say this line is pretty cool. Look at that.
That is a hilarious move. So rook g4, pawn g4, knight takes f4 check. And the cool thing here is that like a big part of this is that we're driving the king away. You can't play king h3. So if you play king h2, knight d3, we're actually attacking two pawns at once. That's hilarious. So wait, would you have played something like king g1 instead here maybe? So
yeah, but now, then you're farther away from that
pawn, unfortunately. True, but at least it's not a double attack now, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Now I guess we're all right. Like
yeah,
yeah, I don't think you got enough to really win this position because black is super active and like this pawn is really good. Yep. Well, that was a nice.
That is a very funny move. So yeah. I'm wondering. So why can't we? Okay, so the problem is like other moves to release the rook don't quite work, right? Like
yeah,
if we play,
they do. I mean, like, well, okay, yeah, nothing tactical, unfortunately. Yeah, we don't.
Yeah,
have
nothing that wins, right?
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, rook c4, knight takes c4 comes with check. Otherwise, like if that didn't come with check and we got to play knight f4 and knight d3, hey, now we'd really be cooking. But this is what chess players do. You know, they look at every single option when they have a discovery like that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, when you have like an option of forking your opponent's rook, you're going to look at all the ways you can do it. But like maybe rook d4, I would say again, you know, this position after king d4 seems to just give a lot of compensation. Although, how are you getting back the pawn? Now you have to find this move to like not let that king go anywhere.
By the way, what would you call that tactic? Obviously, it's a fork, but would you call it a clearance tactic? Like, what is
Yeah, I think clearance. Yeah, clearance would be the appropriate word because you're just clearing the f4 square.
Yeah. Clearance is, you know, usually not. I feel like it's more often used for like a piece other than the knight, so it's like a bit of like a rare example. But yeah, that's the best word. I agree. And look at this. Let's go check in on the Nepo game. We have a sacrifice alert. He has just played rook takes h7 check. King takes h7, queen to h5 check is all on the board as Firouzja has 11 seconds left on the clock.
Wow, and he has 11 seconds. And wait, like this is
on the board. King h7, queen h5, king g8, knight takes f5. Bishop f6 has been played.
He's so merciless too, Nepo. I mean, he's like doing all these sacrifices so quickly. I see he has still tons of time, and like poor Firouzja is like barely able to even make his moves without losing on time. I was talking.
Rook g1 check, Irina. Rook g1 check has been played.
I was talking to one of the commentators, and they asked me, Fiona, I think she asked me, do I think anyone will lose on time in this tournament? And I was like, no, but I think, yeah, okay, maybe he resigned before losing on time.
That's right. Rook g1 check has forced resignation because if king f8, we just play queen h6 check, king f7. Okay, and now
right?
Ooh, look at that. Rook g7, beautiful move. Bishop g7, queen g7 on the board. This is almost like an epaulette mate, but in reverse, right?
Yep.
The queen and the rook are supposed to be shielding black, are supposed to be protecting their king, but instead they're stopping the king from escape. Beautiful win by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who now takes the lead in the candidates tournament. What a gorgeous one.
Yeah, I mean, poor Feruzia. I feel like when I'm looking at him, he kind of gingerly got up from the board. It's like the way someone feels when they just got body slammed, Jen. That's this game was pretty brutal for him in every single way.
Well, a reason, we sometimes we love to see the Sicilian. It's a great opening. It's so much fun to play, but we can understand why sometimes at the higher level, unless you're absolutely perfectly prepared, people do sometimes avoid it because when you lose, you can really get smashed. And of course, you can also smash your opponent. So it cuts both ways, right? But here, unfortunately, it cut in Jan's favor. Well, unfortunately for Furusha.
Yeah, let's just show the audience again this like cool little rook takes h7, rook sack. I mean, it's just kind of a stylish way that Nepo chose to finish off the game. So right now, actually, Feruzia played f5, doing a little discovery on his rook, and he just sacks it, sacks the rook, brings in the queen, right? So now I suppose if queen there, I mean, you have many moves, but probably the simplest is just taking the rook and just continuing the attack. I mean, this knight is totally useless. That's why we didn't take him. We can see that our bishop is worth a lot more. And they're just pinned and the king is open and like every single thing on the board is being threatened. So Feruzia played here and then he just came in. So now he's down a rook, actually. He's down a rook, but the problem is the quality of white's pieces compared to the quality of black's pieces. And who's actually there protecting the king. There's basically one defender around the king, and it's not enough against 4 of white's pieces. So he tried to, cover up the g7 square since we were, basically threatening this checkmate. And that didn't really work because white still lands a checkmate. Is there any other way to checkmate, Jen, other than rook g7?
I think queen h7, king h f8 might work as well. And then like maybe knight h6. But, should we get back to Hikaru's game? Because actually there's massive changes in that as it looks like there's a widespread trade of pieces actually here. Let's kind of catch up. They've played a number of moves. This does tend to happen, guys, when we approach the time control. Although these players have plenty of time. But sometimes we get a lot of moves in a lot of games at once.
Yeah, okay, let's go here. So
after rook e1, rook e3 was played. Hikaru felt like this was the moment that it was okay to trade off the rooks. It's something we've been avoiding. But in this particular sequence, he's just getting a ton of pawns. So let's see how it happened.
Yeah, we actually looked at this briefly. We looked at this rook e3 move and this whole line and... Okay, pawns are even right now. White's got their choice of pawns, or maybe they're going to go and defend that pawn. What did they do? They took one. Okay, well, black is super active. He's about to lose a pawn, though. All right. Okay, I mean, yeah, he probably didn't want to take because, knight f4 was just going to be an annoying check. Sending the king, I don't know, to h2 is really passive. I mean, of course, you can give up the pawn and total liquidation, but he decides to go king f3, makes sense. Takes, okay, black is getting more pawns off the board. And now, I mean, king b3 is the obvious move, which is what Hikaru
was played.
Okay.
Gosh, Irina, we do not have a lot of pieces left on the board now.
Yeah,
dare I say I predict a draw.
Yeah.
Let's take a look though.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be over real soon, Jen, because I think he's just gonna sack his knight after king takes b2 and sack the knight, go king g4, take the last pawn. It's gonna be over real fast, but okay.
Knight g5 check instead was played instead of king b2.
Oh, Hikaru is the one who wants to sack the knight. He wants a psychological edge, Jen.
Yes, he got the last sack in. And there it is. Knight h3, knight c5, king b2. As these men are playing down to king versus king and knight. King and knight versus king and knight.
Gets a pretty comfortable draw against Kurt Cobain. And yeah, no, it was a good game by Hikaru. They're smiling at each other. They got down to kings versus kings. Everyone is happy. They played a quite accurate game, good fights. I mean, this game did not have the most fireworks, but you can't really blame Hikaru for trying. He did what he could. Just the game got into an endgame pretty early.
Great play by both, and very solid result for Nakamura. Another draw with black. He did get, the cool thing about this candidates tournament is you get the same number of blacks as whites. So don't be fooled. It's not like a round robin where you get fewer blacks than whites depending on your draw, right? So keep that in mind. That is definitely worth noting. He will get a chance to play white against the same opponent.
Yeah, no, finally Hikaru is going to get another white game. He's been black 3 times out of 4. We should really mention that. That is definitely a tough way to start the tournament. So that he's on 50% after that kind of start. I think overall that's a net positive for him. And now he's going to start getting his white games.
Exactly. He will get the equal number. So that means that he'll end up having 2 extra whites at some point. And so, yeah, we're happy with it. By the way, you mentioned Kurt Cobain, Irina. What is your favorite Nirvana song?
Oh, okay. That's a good one. I don't remember the names, but let me tell you, Jen, it's the one that starts that come as you are.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh, I love that. I think that the intro to it is one of the most, it's one of the most brilliant intros. I could listen to that all day, I
love it. All right. Well, come as you are is a great slogan for chess players, as this is a fun world where people, often just are really able to exhibit their true personalities. And I love to see it.
Yeah. I just saw, Rapport. They were showing the players how they're getting out of, arriving at the tournament venue, and Rapport looks pretty good there in his sunglasses.
Oh yeah, well, I've heard it's extremely hot in Madrid, so they gotta, the opposite of suit up when they get outside with their sunglasses on, take their suit jacket off. Somebody check the weather report in Madrid. I love that city, and the playing hall is so stunning. I really love commentating from home, Irina, but I gotta say, this is one tournament venue where I'm my jaw is on the floor when I see people posting selfies and stuff from it. Absolutely stunning.
It's beautiful. It's almost as beautiful as my apartment, Jen.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I know you're serious. You're it looks really beautiful, but it's also really comfortable being home and, being able to harness the technology to see the moves instantly. That's the funny thing. Jen. Whether it's poker or chess, it's crazy how it actually really is sometimes just much more pleasurable to watch on your computer, right?
Yeah, I agree. Also, I feel with tennis, I had that experience. I did go to some in-person tennis tournaments, and I was it's so hot here. It's so hot, being out there in the sun, and then you can just watch at home and you actually see better. You see the ball more clearly on the television screen than you do from in the stands. So I was there's some things that are pretty nicely experienced from home. And I think, watching chess is certainly one of them. I'm sure you can make it a great experience. I did go to the Caruana, Magnus World Championship match in New York, right? And in person, and I tried to go a few times, and it was actually great in its own way. If they create a nice room for the players to mingle, watch the games, have some nice food, it's a good experience, But if it's if they just kind of put you in a stand where you can't move or talk, sitting in the seats watching, I feel it's actually preferable to just be at home.
Well, what the best of both worlds is, you go in person, you watch a little bit, you have a drink or a beer with a friend, and then you can just go back to your hotel room and watch it from the internet. You could go back and forth. So yeah, all options. Of course, the cool thing about the chess boom is that it's not accessible for a lot of people to be able to go to tournaments in person. So the fact that everybody's able to participate and with the commentary and enjoy these beautiful shots and see everything moment for moment, it's really beautiful to see. And that's one of the reasons that chess is so popular right now.
Yeah, I agree. It's a golden age for chess, right, Jen? The way that chess is so suitable to internet commentary, and there's really just so many great options out there online, where you can follow the games, who you can listen to. And yeah, I feel it's just a great time for the game of chess. And we're being asked, Jen, about our favorite tennis players. Do you have one?
Well, I love the Williams sisters as a major feminist. I'm like really inspired by their story. I recently watched King Richard, so that was like really eye-opening to me and fascinating. But I have to admit, I'm not as big of a tennis fan as you are. I know you've played, you've taken practices, you've gone to live games, you watch it seriously. So I'd love to hear what your thoughts are.
Yeah, oh, I'm not as I think serious as a fan as you think, Jen. But yeah, I have played my share in my life, and I really enjoyed it. I learned tennis kind of late, and I really loved playing. Had some injuries later on that kind of like prevented me from spending as much time on as I would like. But in terms of who I like, I mean, the top three are really good, right? I mean, I think Federer is just a beautiful, beautiful player. So if I could name one, it would be Federer.
Hey, big thank you and welcome to all our Raiders as Gotham Chess has just passed over several thousand viewers to us. Welcome to all of you. Thanks for joining. And that puts us at over 24,000 live viewers, Irina. Big welcome to all of you. The game between Nakamura and Rapport has been drawn. A very, very well played Berlin opening. Not a bad result at all for Nakamura, as we've been saying. He's had 3 blacks so far. Very solid result for him. He seemed to be very well prepared, Irina. But unfortunately, his opponent was well prepared too. So that's why we had that draw. That happens a lot. But one player who was less prepared than their opponent today was Firouzja, as he really got walloped today by Nepomniachtchi, who's off to a sizzling start. That means we have 2 games left, right? There's actually one game that we haven't looked at all.
Yeah, and there's actually one game left, Jen. That game has already ended. So right now, what's interesting? Yeah, like Ding thought for a really long time. He actually got lower than Caruana on time. He thought forever on the move Rook B1. Caruana did go for that Rook A8 move, which we thought was the most precise. So Rook B1, King F8 by Fabi. And yeah, he's on his way to making a draw. I think we're actually going to see a really quick round today, Jen. Yeah, and we're going to, by the way, hopefully be having Hikaru soon with us for an interview. And I do predict that this round is going to be over like in the next, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, maybe shorter. Rook C4, and we're going in for all these trades, right? Like it's going to go like C2 or maybe even King E7. I mean, why not improve the king? At some point, White will have to take that pawn. Black will take that pawn, and he'll find some way to win the C5 pawn. So let's say King F1. You got to start running because you got to go with it before White's king reaches it. You don't want to let White's king take it while the rook protects this pawn. So you got to distract the rook just in time. And actually, just in time, you're able to stop the C pawn if it runs, right? Like, well, there's many ways you can stop it. One of them is Rook A8 to C8. Another way is King D8, but I think King D8 allows this kind of stuff. So I think this is the safest. And yeah, basically this pawn is only temporary as Black rounds it up.
Yeah, very well played there by Fabi. You know, he looked like he was in some big trouble in this game, but also seemed to extricate himself really well from the dangers. Day Trader asks me who my favorite poker player is. I'm actually going to the World Series of Poker tomorrow, so thanks for asking. Vanessa Selps. She doesn't play that much anymore, and actually she's involved in a lot of trading, but she was just so competitive. I mean, she reminded me like her aura of like the top players in the world, Judith Polgar, Gary Kasparov, how when they're at the table, they just take up all the space, all the energy, because their concentration is so intense. And I was just watching a hand that she played the other day, and I just got those like elite chess player vibes from it.
Yeah. So you said Vanessa, what's the last name, Jen?
Selpst.
Can you spell that for us?
But there's actually Selbst. Although the funny thing is there's actually a lot of really good Vanessas in poker. I feel like it's the Anna of poker because there's Vanessa Cade, Vanessa Selpst, Vanessa Rousseau. There's lots of good Vanessas.
Interesting. So what is the last name is kind of interesting. I can't figure out. It's like German, Selpst. Like what's the origin of that?
I'm not totally sure, but I think you might be right. Yeah.
Interesting. Cool. Well, I don't follow poker as closely, anymore as I did once. So yeah, I guess, it's funny how we all have our niches like that we specialize in, Jen, right? Like, my thing these days is crypto. And by the way, I know like one guy, you had an interview with James Altucher, right?
Yes, I did. He's in everything that we just talked about.
Yeah.
He's into chess, poker. Well, not as much poker, but he's definitely into chess. In fact, I think he just played
The National Open.
Yes, that's what it
Yeah.
was. Yeah.
Yeah, he posted about that on his Twitter. I watched some of his podcasts. He's also like has some very interesting guests there. And remember that guy, David Sinclair, that we talked about? That was on his, that was when I first heard him on James's podcast. And of course, he also talks about like crypto and things like that. So yeah, interesting guy.
Oh, there's so many connections in these worlds, actually. It's funny that you mentioned my friend, Xuan Liu, who I work with on this organization, Poker Power, where you aim to bring more women into poker. She's actually hosting an event, like a charity event that David Sinclair is participating in.
Wow.
A poker charity event. So yeah, isn't that like crazy what a small world it is? And another
great.
Small world is that somebody mentioned that Steve Albini, who recorded Nirvana, just won a poker tournament at the World Series of Poker. Yes, it's true. That's exactly right. He just won a big event, second bracelet. So we're actually going to take a quick break, Irina, as we're going to set up for this Nakamura interview. But don't go anywhere, because I personally can't wait to hear what Naka himself thinks about today and all the thrilling action in Madrid. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the FIDE Candidates Chess Tournament in Madrid. We are covering on Hikaru Nakamura's channel. Nakamura has already drawn his game against Rapport, if you are just joining us. A very well-played game. We also had one decisive result in this game, a thrilling victory by Nepomniachtchi over Firouzja, and one game remaining, Irina.
Yep, and we got Hikaru, who's back at his hotel room, and he will be with us shortly, guys. So just stay tuned for that interview. We do really want to hear his thoughts on today's draw against Richard Rapport. So we got Fabi, who is actually going to be losing a pawn, and it's going to be 4 against 3. Very kind of typical endgame. I guess he couldn't really avoid that as the white rook invaded from the back rank. Went after these, and he's gonna get some pawn, right? Even if you move to h6, they go rook h7. So he just prefers to move the king back. So on rook h7, he can go g6 and snatch off this pawn. And I guess it's a pretty straightforward draw. Usually we see this position, Jen, where black doesn't have an e pawn, they have like an h pawn. And then this is the classical 4-on-3 that, you still got to do some work in. I suppose this one is a better one because the pass pawn that white can get is like a side pawn, which is traditionally the easiest one to defend against.
Interesting point. Yeah, I guess that will make this an easier draw. And you're right that it's less typical for this because, of course, it's harder to get that pawn on h7, right?
Yeah.
It requires some more strange happenings, like a rook coming from a8 to h8 to h7 for it to materialize.
Yeah, so now we expect him to take. I mean, I guess he doesn't have to, but like he can move his king, but I think taking is the normal thing. And, white probably will go g4. I mean, probably h5. They'll probably trade a set of pawns. It's going to get to 3-on-2. What can I say? The actual thing, Jen, they might be playing this for a while. I don't know. It could go either way. This could just go on endlessly, or they might be over pretty soon. So we will see. But I mean, I think ultimately, the result is not really in question. I don't think that Fabi should have too much suffering in store here.
Yeah, I would agree. You need them to be so well prepared, not just in the openings, but also in the end game. So I do predict that. And look who's here. Look who's here.
Oh, nice. I see the beautiful tail. Very nice.
I knew she would come here. I left the door open for her. Look at her. Oh my God, I look so much prettier with that tail in my face, right?
I know, right? She looks amazing.
There you are.
Tell me a little bit, Jen, when did you get the kitty?
About 6 months ago.
Wow.
So we adopted her from the local shelter, and she was 2 at the time, approximately 2. A lot of times they don't know exactly. So she's about 2.5 now.
Nice. So what made you decide to get a cat?
Well, actually, my son, Fabian, was talking about it. And, he was insistent, like her name at the shelter was Little Lady, and he was like, we have to keep the name that she had at the shelter.
Mm.
So we were thinking of changing it, but he loved that name, and now she's such a little lady. So he was certainly right about that. I'm talking about my Fabian, my son, not Fabiano Caruana, who's playing now.
Yeah.
So my son is 5, and it's so good for a kid to have a pet.
Yeah.
I think they really learn a lot.
You know,
I've heard
Jen,
a
I
lot.
have to say, the little lady is like an expert at waving her tail around.
Oh yeah, she's the best. I mean, I really do think she is the best cat ever. Really.
Wow.
I mean, I'm very convinced. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people think that, but I'm the one who's right. They're all wrong. You know, the thing that the cat has taught me more than anything is about our brains. So, you know, a lot of times humans, we get so anxious, and sometimes we don't use our brains to our full capacity. So it's kind of made me, having a pet has made me rethink what intelligent means. Does it mean being really smart, or does it mean using the maximum of what you have? Because I think a lot of animals, and particularly cats, they might not be as smart as humans, but they probably use the intelligence that they have to a greater percentage.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. You know, I have to say, my impression also is that cats are very intelligent. You know, like I'll give you an example. When I watch Leopold, and at night, like sometimes he starts scratching against the door to my bedroom, and I just tell him in plain English, I'm like, Leopold, just stop that. I'm going to sleep. Don't make any noise until I wake up. And he listens to me. He just stops. It's incredible.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the cam closer to the cat here, because her face is right here on the she's right in front of me, but you can't see it. Let me see if I can move her just a little bit. There you go. Oh, we gotta.
We can see it. Yeah. So let me ask you something. Does little lady, is she like very affectionate? She likes to like sit in your lap, or like.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, look at her.
Yeah.
She just loves to hang out with me. All right. But guys, as much as it's exciting to talk about cats, we do have a very special guest. The person you've all been waiting for, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, is in the house, or in his hotel room, to talk to us a little bit about Game 4 of the candidates.
Hey, Hikaru, welcome.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing
Great.
well. We're happy to see you're doing well too.
Yeah, feel pretty good. It's a good day.
Yeah, so tell us about your game. Let's put it on the board and just kind of like walk us through it. It looked like your preparation for the game. I mean, you know what was surprising, Hikaru? The first moments in the opening where it felt that even though he was the one choosing this line. Well, first of all, let me ask you, how surprised were you by E4, by Rapport?
I mean, he played it. I mean, he played it in he played it in round 2 or round 1 or whenever it was against Ali Reza. So it wasn't really that much of a surprise. I mean, I guess the thing is, Fabiano has been the one guy who's played this bishop takes c6 nonstop in recent memory. But for me, luckily, it wasn't a big surprise, because I lost this game to Fabiano in the Rapid Chess Championship. I think it was week 1 or week 2. I don't remember which week it was, but I lost this bishop g5 line. And ever since then, I've looked at this line with h6, g5, bishop e6. So it wasn't really that much of a surprise. And luckily, I was able to remember what I had prepped a couple months ago. But yeah, it felt very smooth for the most part.
Yeah, it was interesting because he kind of chose to go into this line and he deviated with bishop g5, like compared to knight d2 that Caruana did against you. And then somehow it still was like you were the one who was up on the clock. So it wasn't that surprising that, I mean, where do you feel like he was surprised by you?
Well, I mean, I think this g5 bishop e6 is pretty much a novelty. I don't think it's known. So I think at that point, he was already a little surprised. And he actually played the main line that I had looked at all those months ago with this whole queen c3 and this long endgame. I mean, all this was basically prep, for lack of a better way of putting it, up until probably up until about move 20 or thereabouts. And I couldn't quite remember whether I was supposed to play knight g5, sorry, or whether I was supposed to play like rook d8 or what exactly the order was. But I just knew that this is supposed to be fine. And I mean, I didn't think I was ever really in danger.
And you say this was from you say this was from a few months ago that you had last looked at this, Hikaru?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was week 1 or week 2 of the Rapid Chess Championship on chess.com. I forget which week it was, but I drew the first game against Fabiano in the Rapid Control, and then in the Blitz game he played this against me, and he beat me in that Blitz game with Bishop G5, Bishop H4. So ever since then, I mean, obviously it was one of those things that I'd looked at. So yeah, none of it was really a surprise. The only thing was I couldn't remember whether I was supposed to allow knight a5 towards like move 21 or 22 or not allowed. That was really the only question in my mind. And I wasn't sure, but again, I didn't think it was ever really all that tricky. I thought pretty much everything I did was very reasonable, and it was just a pretty much smooth sailing.
So let me ask you, Hikaru, like, well, we liked your move G4 a lot because, you know, for that counterplay with knight G5, which is pretty cool. When you studied this position, like, did you just in general, like, you know, consider like, that, you know, these types of end games, or was it just like, oh, well, maybe this is not the best way to show it. Let me think of something where, how can we? I
mean, the only question is, can White somehow trade all the rooks off?
Exactly.
I mean, if White can trade the rooks off, then White has good chances.
Yes.
But again, like, this is the reason you look at things with a computer.
Yeah. So you knew this was like a position that you wanted to avoid beforehand.
Well, I just know the computer says you play H5 G4 to stop exactly what you're showing with F3. If the computer says that's what you do, that's what you do. And so there isn't really any more thought to it than that. I just know the computer said play H5 G4, and at some point you play knight G5 and it's all good. So
nice.
Yeah, it's not really. I mean, there isn't much deep thought to it. I mean, obviously I used a little bit of time, but I was more or less just making sure about the move orders that I wasn't blundering something. I don't know if knight G5 was right, but it felt right. I mean, I wasn't sure because I know earlier you can allow knight A5. I wasn't sure if I should allow it here, but I thought everything I did was fine. I thought H4 was good. C5 made sense. Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe I got a little bit careless allowing this whole long line here with this king e5, knight d5, because I actually miscalculated this. But once I found this rook a1, knight e6, rook e1, I think it's still just very solid. So
what did you miscalculate?
What? I thought that after knight d5, I thought after knight d5 I could play knight takes e4 and just draw instantly. I forgot that he has knight c4. I just forgot all about knight c4. Basically, when I calculate, because I saw his position from the moment that I played c5. I saw his position like, you know, nearly 10 moves earlier, but I forgot. I thought it was just an instant draw, and it's not. But luckily, I still have resources.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting, Hikaru. I mean, definitely, I think the engine liked your play throughout this whole game, and like, so maybe you felt like you missed a few things, but I think it was pretty much perfect according to the engine.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you can blitz out the first 20 moves in a game with white or black, for that matter, you're going to be feeling pretty good about yourself. And so they're far less critical decisions to make. And I thought the only critical one was finding this knight e6 rook e1. That was the only critical decision that I saw in the game.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, this was a tricky moment for you. Yeah, you could play. Well, there's like knight e6 immediately, and then there's like rook a1, knight e6 to kind of, I guess, move.
Yeah, I mean, basically the way that I looked at it is I thought that if he gets like knight b6, knight takes b6, knight c4, and he keeps a 2-on-1 on the queen side, he might have some chances. So basically, I figured if I can avoid him getting like the knight on c4, then it has to be a very clean draw. And basically, he's not able to get the knight takes b6, knight c4 because of knight f4 here, and I think everything's just very. Yeah, it's just very drawish. I didn't see anything better for him besides what he did in the game. I mean, maybe there's something that said c4, but it felt very drawish.
So Hikaru, your fans have commented like on you doing YouTube videos, like the recap videos during the tournament, you know, as being, you know, kind of unusual for someone who's in the middle of an event. Like, do you want to like just tell us like your approach to that?
Well, I mean, obviously it's a different time period, but I do remember all the way back, I think it was 1995 when Gary and Vishy were playing in New York. After that famous win in game 10, I believe, was where Kasparov won in this Open Spanish. I'm pretty sure he did like a whole analysis in USA Today Now, obviously, it's a different medium and times are different, but I mean, I would say that's pretty much the same thing in a certain way. Again, the recaps are relatively short, so it doesn't take a lot of time. But I think also when you play a tournament like the Candidates, where players, including myself, have had a couple of months to do preparation, the on the fly kind of preparation that you do before the game is a lot less than it would be for, say, the FIDE Grand Prix event. So yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal for that specific reason. But obviously, it's a little bit different. That being said, I think the fans enjoy it, and it's been good.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Great that you're able to do those, Hikaru. By the way, did you see the games today? Because there was a big victory by Nakamura over Fallujah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess without saying too much in general, I feel like Alireza's been infected by MVL or something. I mean, just choosing to play the Najdorf every game in a tournament like the Candidates, where players have had a lot of time to prepare, I think it's questionable. I think that's how I'd put it. I think questionable at best. To try and play the Najdorf every game. And obviously Jan, I mean, no doubt he certainly prepared for the Najdorf. He had months before the World Championship. So it just struck me as kind of a weird choice. And I think Jan, I mean, I don't know what he said about the game, but it looked to me like it was probably something he'd prepped many months ago before the match against Magnus. And he was just able to use it here, and he just blew Fallujah away.
So too many lines that are very dangerous for White, and they can kind of like pick through them.
Well, I think it's hard. It's hard to play the Najdorf every game. I mean, it's just that simple, I think. But again, it just looked like a very, very well played game by Jan from start to finish, and so yeah, very, very deserved, I think.
So we have a tweet here about your wallet getting scanned by a metal detector.
So yeah, I mean, I guess okay. I mean, I wasn't sure if I wanted to bring all this stuff up now, but I guess there's no reason not to. I mean, first things first, which I'll talk about, and I think this is worth noting, is I think it's very unfortunate that when you look at the regulations or you look at the rules, there is no player input. FIDE basically at their assemblies or behind closed doors, they make decisions without asking, say, the top 100 players in the world. So that's where I'm going to start with, because my first problem is with the time control. Every tournament in the world that we play in these days has increment for move one. You look at the FIDE Grand Prix, you look at the World Cup, St. Louis, Grandchester, every single event in the world that professionals play has increment for move one. And suddenly this event doesn't. And this was a decision that was made by FIDE. The top 100 players, for example, were not consulted on it. We weren't consulted even here before the Candidates tournament. So I have a problem with that. Second thing I would say, and this leads into the dress code before I get to the whole wallet situation, but leading into the dress code, is that there's always been this sort of dress code FIDE has had for the Grand Swiss, for the Grand Prix, etc. And basically every single player has violated that in some way, whether it's wearing sneakers, whether it's wearing a casual t-shirt, wearing a Balenciaga sweater. I think people know who I'm referring to there. But it's been, there's been sort of a give and take where FIDE has always been relatively understanding and lenient. And now suddenly for this event, they choose to basically go after me, go after Fabiano, and suddenly change their tune completely. And I think if FIDE is going to have this attitude, then the players basically have to get together and essentially have input in terms of what is okay or what isn't okay. That's what I will say. And then onto the wall situation, my attitude towards this is FIDE is not going to be understanding. They're going to try to be extremely hard line. That at the technical meeting, there was a question I actually asked about whether you can bring a wallet to the board, or what are you allowed to bring to the board. It was very clearly specified you could do that. And my attitude is that if FIDE is going to be ridiculously out of line and try to be hardline about the whole dress code, then I'm well within my right to say the same thing, that they very clearly said that players are allowed to bring their wallets to the board. And if they want a scanner to take out all my credit cards, so be it. I don't really care. But that's the main reason that there's this issue, is because FIDE suddenly has decided that they're going to not have common sense whatsoever about all these different things. And at the end of the day, I mean, the players are the ones who are here to play chess. That's what it's about. If Fabiano is wearing flip-flops and shorts or something, that's one thing. But I mean, if Fabiano is wearing a dress jacket and wearing jeans, or I'm doing the same thing, like, at the end of the day, that it's what it is. And, Fabiano should be much more important than FIDE's nonsense. That's all I'm going to say.
So you just have all these metal cards in your wallet that are just like getting caught by the detector. Is that the issue?
No. I mean, basically, my point about that is that they very clearly said you could bring a wallet. If they want me to take cards out and scan it at the board, which they did, that's completely fine. But they're acting in bad faith by suddenly being extremely hardline about the dress code when they've never cared in past FIDE events. So if they're going to be like that, then I think even if it's a little bit silly, I think I'm well within my right to be the same way about the whole wallet issue.
Understood. So did they actually do that? They actually scan your cards?
Oh, well, I mean, they actually take the cards down and they scan it. Yeah, I mean, they can do it either way. I mean, whatever. But at the end of the day, I mean, the whole thing is very silly, and none of this would be an issue if FIDE wasn't being completely insane for no particular reason about the dress code. But at the end of the day, I think things are going to be very different, specifically because FIDE has shown that they are not going to listen to the players. They're going to decide what they want to do when they want to do, and the players at the end of the day should have more power and should be making the decisions that affect them. So hopefully in the future, we'll be able to things will hopefully change.
Oh yeah, the players certainly have a lot of insight. And what else would you change? What about the tie breaks?
I mean, I have no problem with the tie breaks. At the end of the day, I think the fact is, though, why is FIDE making these decisions? You should get the top 100 players together, and they should basically agree or disagree on time control, the sort of time control, what the dress code is, which should just be business casual, frankly. And those are probably the two major things. I don't think there's anything else specifically, but at the end of the day, I mean, players should be deciding these things, not FIDE.
And yeah, Hikaru, I'm just like really surprised actually that they did not consult the players on the time control. That's a pretty big thing there. I mean, I can't imagine, like, why would you have such an unusual time control with no input from the players at all?
Well, I mean, basically the argument is that for the World Championship, they made it this time control. Of course, the irony to me is that when you look at the time control, you would think that for the tournament like the candidates or the World Championship, you want the absolute best play objectively. Whereas in my opinion, by not having an increment, you're actually inducing a lot more potential for mistakes because players have to make decisions in a different way than they would with increments. So I actually think that's why, in a sense, the quality of like the FIDE Grand Prix or other events is actually higher because the time control is better in terms of quote unquote perfect play. So yeah, it's the whole thing is pretty insane. But I think at the end of the day, players just shouldn't put up with this. And whether I have to be the prior who wants to step up and speak for the players, I don't know. But I mean, something has to change because it's just not acceptable.
And here you can see they were going through your wallet, asking you to go for your wallet right before the game. And of course, that could potentially be distracting. Yeah.
I mean, to me, like not to make light of the situation, but it's all a little bit of a joke. I'm just here playing chess, having fun. And, if they think somehow that's going to bother me, it's not. But as I said, if they're going to be far from objective and far from using common sense and suddenly changing the approach they have, then I mean, I'll stick to what I said. And sure, it might be an inconvenience for me, but I think it's I'm well within my right if they're going to act in bad faith.
And how is it in Madrid? Is the tournament hall good temperature? How is it out in the streets? Is it beautiful days in Madrid?
It's fine. It's finally cooled off. I mean, it was around 100 degrees for the first week or so that I was here. But today it was, I think, maybe in the 70s Fahrenheit. So it's actually kind of nice now. It's cooled off a little bit. No, I will say this, the other thing that really annoys me as well about this is that at the technical meeting, I sort of asked them, and sure, it was related slightly different to COVID stuff, but I asked them about this sort of zero tolerance in terms of players having to be at the board right at 3:00 or getting fined. And, it's very unfortunate because every day when I walk to the playing hall, it's on a very small side street. There are probably like 50 kids and adults who want autographs or pictures. And basically I have to be a complete dick and tell them I can't do it because of FIDE making this rule and also just showing no leeway whatsoever in the technical meeting on this topic either. So I do enjoy the fans are showing up, but it's actually quite disappointing that at the start of the round, I basically have to tell a bunch of people no, even though it's their one opportunity before the game to get an autograph or a picture. So I also find that very distasteful, frankly. And it's disappointing, but I feel like I should say these things because FIDE has been big on talking about quote unquote perception of the event. And I think, trying to portray it as being one way when the realities are quite different, something has to be said.
Oh, that's hard, Hikaru. How do you do that? What do you tell the kids? You just do you say something?
Well,
you
basically walk past them. You'd be a total dick and
Yeah.
you walk past them. I mean, pardon my English, but that's what you have to do, and it's very frustrating.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, it's
Bert, can
hard.
I ask you about the other like main thing that has come up at the event? So like when the commentator you Ludwig Hammers, so he tested positive for COVID. So are you guys not doing any like post game conferences anymore in Madrid, or what's going on with that?
Well, I think they were doing interviews today. I know, like, for example, Danny and Almira, I don't think there were any like they haven't had anyone on since Fabiano was there. But I don't really know what the situation is, because they also said, persons. They didn't just say like Jan Ludwig. They said persons have tested positive for COVID. So based on that wording in an email that was sent to the players about persons testing positive as opposed to one person, I mean, it's hard to know what the situation is at the moment. But at least there is a plan, thanks to players actually saying something also during the technical meeting on this topic. And there is a plan in case players test positive.
Are they testing you guys?
No, the regulations basically is that there's a temperature check, and if your temperature is above a certain, if it's above 36.5 Celsius, then you have to take a rapid antigen test, I think it is. But if not, then yeah, you just go about your business, and there's nothing set. There's no specific testing.
Oh well, I think that's good. That sounds reasonable to me. And yeah, I mean, was there anything else you want to tell us about Hikaru? Any?
Not really. I mean, I think I sort of said what I want to say about the topic, about all the FIDE stuff. But anyway, no, I mean, all that stuff aside, obviously it's been a pretty good start for me. Not 3 draws. I guess I lost 1 and won 1. So I'm on that even score that I wanted to be on after 4 games. And I'm feeling pretty good. I have 2 whites in a row. I assume I play Jan tomorrow, although I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And at any rate, I'm where I want to be so far, and we'll see what happens. But I'm playing well. I feel good. All of those little nuances or nuisances aside, I should say. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Oh, Hikaru, speaking of all the FIDE questions we've been talking about, did you see Nigel Short's resignation today? With no stated reason.
Yeah, I heard about it. I don't know what the reasoning is. I mean, he's been, I think, fairly outspoken on a certain topic. But I don't have any more insight than anybody else. It's just it's quite surprising to me that he resigned. But I mean, it's FIDE stuff, so who knows?
We have a couple questions from the viewers. They're asking, Are you having fun?
Oh, I'm having a lot of fun. I mean, other than this insane nonsense going on, yeah, I'm having a great time. I mean, it's like I said, it's always great to see the fans who are showing up every day to watch the players play. I mean, I think seeing a lot of the players as well for the first time in many years, like people like Timur, for example, who I've known for many years. Jan, Fabiano, all the usual guys, or the usual suspects. It's great to see them again, and yeah, I feel like I'm playing well, and I'm having a good time so far. Much better than I was having in 2016 at this point. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
Awesome. Well, we hope you have a lot of fun tomorrow in your big game versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, and thank you for joining us. And
one last thing, just also so you guys know, thanks to FIDE. Not really being understanding on the dress code, I'll be wearing the same suit every day for the next 12 days. So if I smell bad around the other players, that's just life, because I was expecting to be like the Grand Prix. So be it. So yeah, well, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll have to live with it, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. It just sounds like strange that FIDE is not more responsive to the needs of the players and to their opinions. Like one of the things I appreciate about St. Louis is, like, we recently had, the American Cup there. We had like a technical meeting. Mm-hmm. And we started talking about the format of the tournament, which was, of course, quite unusual, and like what should be the time control for the Armageddon game. Should it be like, should there be an increment after like move 60, or how should it be a 1 second or 2 seconds? And like basically we just changed it on the spot. Like the players voted and the organizer changed it. And I think that was just a great example of like how you should solicit the players' input.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course it's true. I mean, on the flip side, the one last thing I would say that's kind of ironic though about the dress code is because there was this huge long discussion about COVID protocols and if someone tested positive, whether they could play or be disqualified or what goes on. Like I didn't bring the topic up at the players meeting because I assumed it was going to be business as usual, like it always is. So I will say that probably I should have said something, but when you've played so many events, World Rapid and Blitz, you've seen the Grand Swiss contracts, the FIDE Grand Prix, etc. And FIDE, I mean, they're always good with whatever people do. You kind of assume it's not going to be like that. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, players have to have some kind of input. And I think I would say that I think if I look at my games here, just in the first couple, I think that probably if Timur has increment against me, I don't think he loses that game because he had to start moving instantly because there wasn't any increment. I think Timur would have played that end game better, and that's one example of where it would not have worked in my favor. I don't think there was increment, but it's still the event should be about the highest quality of play. So I do feel like there should be increment.
Well, yeah, and that shows that you're really interested in the growth of the game and the best rules. But of course, that is the counterpoint to asking players for their opinions. And in some cases, it could mean that the players who are better at Blitz wants more Blitz tie breaks. And, if everybody...
honestly, I don't think it has anything to do with that. I mean, Duda even brought this up before the tournament where he said it was very weird that there was no increment for move one. So I think the players would... Every tournament you play is increment. This is literally probably the only tournament I've played, and I don't even know how many years where there's no increment for move one. Every single event that I play has increment or delay for move one. Every single event. So it's like you play 10 events a year, and every event has increment, and then suddenly one doesn't. And it's just very, very weird to suddenly change like that. I mean, if you want to have every game with no increment, that's fine too, but there should be a uniform standard, plain and simple.
Yeah. So even if it benefited you, you still feel it should be the other way.
Well, it should be what benefits the highest quality of play, in my opinion. But it's mainly just you have to have it has to be uniform. You can't suddenly have the candidates in the World Championship with one time control, and then you have the FIDE Grand Prix, the Grand Swiss, everything else with a different time control. That's just absurd. So
how do you compare?
Enough.
How do you compare World Chess versus FIDE at organizing events?
Maybe there's some difference. I don't know. I mean, I will say that the two Grand Prix I played in Berlin, I thought were very, very smooth, very, very enjoyable. So I don't really know what the difference is in some ways between the two, but I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised more than anything by this. And it is what it is. So,
all right. Hikaru, last question for you before we let you go. They're asking you about pineapple shoes. I mean, is that a trick question? Do you have any pineapple?
No, I do have pineapple shoes. I just wasn't in the mood to wear them today, but I do have pineapple shoes. And if FIDE wants to suddenly be absolutely ridiculous and try to screw things up, then we'll see. But at some point I'll probably wear them because they are dress shoes. That fits
the dress code.
They are dress shoes. End of the day, they are dress shoes. So at some point, probably I will. But yeah, it's just I feel like the players deserve better at the end of the day. I really do. I mean, I think they deserve better on so many different things than what you're seeing here. It's like I think about Fabiano, and one last point is that for sponsors, Fabiano obviously has been sponsored by St. Louis for a long time. And suddenly FIDE, they basically say players can't wear sponsors unless you do X or Y for us, or basically you give us a cut of money, essentially. So the whole thing is just, it all stinks. And it's just terrible. Players deserve better. Players deserve better. That's the bottom line. They do.
Hikaru, it's very good that you're just like speaking up about this, and just, I think it's important to have, your voice out here on these issues because, it might not be so pleasant for FIDE to hear this, but that's how we're going to have change, right?
Yeah, well, it's like, Fabiano suddenly can't wear a jacket with like a St. Louis Chess Club logo on it because FIDE is going to say, well, you have to do this or you have to do that. And it's just, come on. This is Fabiano we're talking about. He played the World Championship. Like, give me a break. So yeah, the whole thing is just ridiculous, especially because this is chess. This is not, say, the NBA or football or a major sport where it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. I mean, FIDE makes their annual revenue is a couple million, if that. So I mean, it's just absolutely, it's just shameful. But yeah, it is what it is for this event. But I am hopeful that in the future players will actually sort of get together and make sure that these sorts of things don't happen again.
Well, we appreciate your candor, Hikaru, and great luck tomorrow in your super important game.
Yeah, good luck tomorrow, Hikaru. We're going to be rooting for you.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to it. I'll probably do a recording on YouTube as always for the fans, and we'll go from there. So should be exciting.
See you tomorrow, Hikaru.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
Well, we're getting a lot of excitement from the chat about Hikaru planning to take over FIDE Players Union. Yes, of course. I mean, it is really important for the players to speak up, and certainly the players at the top are the ones with the most power and the most influence. So
I completely agree. In general, Jen, my feeling is like all these organizations should be serving the players, right? That's what they're there for, whether it's a national chess federation, an international chess federation. I mean, ultimately, they're there for the good of the game and the good of the players. And there is just no reason not to solicit the input of the top players on these big questions that primarily affect them.
Oh yeah, certainly on the sponsors as well. Like, that stuff is really important to the growth of the game. You really don't want to limit sponsorships by putting restrictions on things, I think, because it affects the games at so many levels and could limit the sponsors that you get in the future even. And
what's interesting, Jen, like for me, this was actually quite eye-opening because I mean, I thought I've been watching FIDE over the last few years and I thought they were being, much more transparent about what they were doing. And, obviously they've done a lot of, I think, also good things for chess in the last few years. So this was definitely kind of new for me to hear some of these things that Hikaru was talking about. And frankly, the time control thing I would say it's on the level of like shocking to do that, to basically organize a tournament, change the time control to something like that and not ask the players anything. Like I was sure the players, would have been consulted in advance. It doesn't seem like a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah. Interesting. There's going to be a lot of changes, I think, in the future as chess is changing so much. So it's only natural that chess is growing so much. It's only natural that it would change a lot on all of these different levels. That's for sure. We're getting obviously a lot of comments here. Their business, they don't care about the players, says Pharaoh 3D.
Yeah, well,
that's why they need to take the power from the beginning, right?
It's interesting. I think, what I would like to see happen from this is I hope that someone from FIDE is watching and that they're just going to really take to heart what Hikaru is saying here and organize like a dialogue and fix things, because I mean, I don't think I think this team has been, I don't know, at least what I've seen, right? Like I'm haven't, had to deal with them on like every single issue, but from what I've seen, they are like trying to promote the game, right? So I think the current president of FIDE and his team, I mean, well, they love chess, right? So I don't know why it has to be so bleak. I mean, someone has dropped the ball on this issue, I don't know at what level, right? For Hikaru to be so dissatisfied and, the other players as well. And I think they need to, they just need to step up and do better and make things right with the players.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, Irina, it's such a large conversation, of course, especially this year with the real world politics, and clashing with FIDE politics and the issues of ethical sponsorship is so broad. But yeah, these questions of player input, of course, very important. And I think, when you deal with people who are lovers of the game and love growing the game, and they make decisions that are not only in their interest for the game themselves, that's incredibly useful. I do think that if you just poll players about what they want, it is a little awkward, especially if it was like last minute, because obviously a player should want to win the tournament. So if they're good at blitz, they should vote for like more blitz for the tie breaks, et cetera.
In a way, but I also feel like chess players are kind of objective animals as well, and I do feel like I totally believe Hikaru when he says, look, I would just do the thing that I think is best for chess, regardless of my own personal strengths as a blitz player. Like I think that actually makes sense. Like,
oh, I totally agree that he would. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
absolutely. The way he's talking about it, because he's, so invested in growing the game itself. But as somebody who's also been on the organizing side, I think it is dangerous to just be like, "Hey, players, what do you want to do?"
Yeah. It's gotta be
especially
a
like,
mix, you know?
especially if it's like, after the tournament already started, or after the contracts have already been signed. Like, hey, how many people want to do this? How many people want to do that? Because sometimes it's just like some people are better at different types of chess than others, right?
Sure,
or some people
sure.
are younger and maybe rest days aren't as necessary for them. So I feel like there's all sorts of factors where, you're supposed to be biased when you're a player once the clock starts. That's not true for everyone, because somebody are so invested in the game that they want what's for best for the game, regardless of how it affects them.
Interesting. Feels like Crush and Shahadi not feeling too comfy to speak out against FIDE's strongest Hikaru. Well, let me tell you my perspective on that, Chopper Billy. I mean, first of all, Hikaru is speaking from his personal experience, right? So he has strong opinions based on his personal experience, and I think it makes sense. I don't have that personal experience, so I can't possibly say the same things that Hikaru is saying. I simply voice my agreements that I think the players should be, their interests, their opinions should be taken into account. I mean, I think if he's so dissatisfied, that's not a good thing. I don't think FIDE should be ignoring that. And in general, just, put the players at the top of the list of your priorities, as an organization. I think that's a good move. But in terms of speaking very harshly about them, I mean, I just don't have a reason to, based on what I've seen for the last few years. I don't think chess has been a disastrous state, for the last couple of years with this team. I think in general, they've tried to do some good things, so yeah.
Well, I personally have a different perspective in that, like, obviously Hikaru's playing the event, so he's offering all these amazing insights into what they should be doing better about the details of the contract, which we normally wouldn't be privy to. Yeah. For me, like, from a big picture, I'm more looking at, like, the question of ethical sponsorships, especially with the war in Ukraine. I'm thinking about LGBTQ rights and how, this being Pride Month, about how important it is to make sure that gay and lesbian players are protected in chess. And sometimes tournaments are played in places where that's not the case. So that when I think about world chess and making it more ethical, those are kind of the questions that kind of come most quickly to me. But, from a elite players perspective, like you, Irina, playing the women's world champion, and Chip and Hikaru playing for the world championship now, there are other like granular questions that come up, like just the question of the rules of the event, right?
Yeah, there's lots of ways to look at it. Well, it's an interesting time actually for the World Chess Organization, as we have elections coming up in just like next month at the Olympiad in India. And I guess I can give you guys my perspective on that. You mentioned, we were talking earlier today about like the strong women players in India and China, right, coming up. And it's interesting that basically this block of Dvorkovich, Anand, and Zhu Chen, it's kind of representing this eastern bloc, right? Russia, India, and China, which are actually kind of in the same page, geopolitically these days. And then there's like the other side led by Peter Heine Nielsen and Boris Pulitz. So yeah, it's quite interesting. We'll see what happens. What do you think, Jen?
I'm just horrified by the chat. Unfortunately, we do have some homophobic takes in the chat, and it's quite sad to see.
Oh no.
Yeah, just taking it back. But of course, the mods are doing.
I was like, is Jen horrified by what I'm saying? I thought it just facts. I thought I just was noting some kind of facts. I am kind of interested, of course, in what's going on in the world politically, economically these days, and I think we're gonna see definitely. We're seeing some big changes, that we're gonna have to live through in the next decade or two. That's my take on it, Jen.
Wait, your take was that you think there's gonna be big changes?
Yeah, I think there's gonna be big changes coming to the world, and not to the chess world. Chess world is like small beans compared.
Oh, but
to
you
that.
think Dvorkovich is going to lose in his ticket, or
no? Well, that's the thing. saying I don't know, and I'm just kind of stating that it's an interesting alliance, right? Like I feel like the people that have been selected for his team, it's like it's interesting. I mean, they all make sense in their way, right? Like Anand for FIDE, I guess, vice president, representative of a huge chess country. Obviously, overall, it's a very positive thing, I think, right? Like if you take away all the, the political events going on this year, I would say Anand for vice president is amazing, right? So he got him on his ticket. We got Zhu Chen, women's world champion from China, right now, living in Qatar or Qatar. It's a great ticket. But on the other hand, if you kind of also look at like what it's representing, you can have, I wouldn't say concerns. It's just, it's interesting. The selection of these countries and like how things are lining up, in the world, right? Politically.
Of course it's concerning. I mean, with the war against Ukraine, certainly, that having a sports organization that is so led by Russian leadership and sponsors, although I guess some of those sponsorships it's not clear whether they're live or not. I of course am not completely privy, but I do see Emil and Peter Hein Nielsen going back and forth about that on Twitter all the time, where they're like, which sponsors are actually in progress now, and Emil's answering and he's like questioning. So that conversation is certainly ongoing. And actually, I heard that they're going to have a debate somewhere.
Oh, interesting.
So,
well, that's good. Debate is good. I mean, actually, I like the idea of debate. I like the idea of hearing what people have to say directly, not being, told who you can listen to and who you cannot, so I'm all for open debate.
Yeah, I guess what we need is like even more than debate. It sounds like we need like information unraveling, like just truth. You need truth. That is what we need more than anything.
Yeah, because it's very
truth is the real fight against corruption, isn't it?
Right. Yeah, it's like unless people can agree on facts, agree on one reality, it's very hard to, go anywhere from there.
Now, speaking of truth, the truth is that this game is definitely going to be a draw, right? In fact, it was a draw. There it is. They did just make it to basically Rook and King versus Rook and King. The end game did not leave much fight for Ding Liren, unfortunately, for the Chinese great. Fabiano Caruana was able to comfortably hold a draw. He played really well, Irina. He was in some trouble, but played super accurately. I mean, kind of reminded you of the level of play in the game that we were watching. I mean, we didn't take as close a look in this game between the two favorites, but they also seem to really be playing quite accurately.
Yeah, I think, Jen, in Caruana's game, really some key moments were his decision to sack a pawn to get some initiative over here on the C file, and also very precise move, Queen C4. And this was like a key move that turned out to help him make a draw in this game, as it forced this type of endgame where he was able from this point on to draw quite easily.
Yeah, that was a key moment for him, Queen C4. Beautiful comment by Charlie Chadok, who says that truth isn't the problem. Getting people to care about the truth is the problem.
Interesting.
I think they're both.
Yeah.
I think both of them are important. But I agree with you that even if the truth is known, sometimes people still don't care. Absolutely right. Beautifully stated.
Yeah, I also noticed that comment in the chat. Yeah, I mean, I guess I still lean more towards the fact that if you can get people to agree on like what is true, what are the facts, then you can have a productive discussion with them, right? And the issue is when we don't even agree about that. But anyway, that's a big subject, Jen. I know we can discuss that for a while. So let's sum up the events of the day. So we had 4 games, 1 decisive game. Nepo won very convincingly against Fallujah. Beautiful like attack in the Sicilian Najdorf. Hikaru, did gently, point out diplomatically that it was a rather risky approach from Fallujah in the opening. I agree with that. It didn't work out in this game. And the other 3 games had end games. We actually never really took a good look at Duda versus Rajabov, but it ended up in a Rook endgame as well. So all the fireworks kind of got extinguished. And I think, we just have a lot to look forward to in round 5. Tomorrow, guys, Nakamura. We tried not to kind of really emphasize this to him, but he has a really big game tomorrow against Nepo. I mean, Nepo is now the sole leader with +2. Caruana is on +1, and Naka is on 50%. So Naka with the white pieces, he has a big chance here that he would really like to take advantage of, right? You're playing one of your biggest rivals right now for the title, and you got the white pieces, so you got to try to do this work yourself. Caruana playing Rapport with the white pieces as well. That's a big game for Caruana. And yeah, those are the two main games I'll be paying attention to tomorrow, Jen.
Love it, Irina. And I'm sorry I won't be here. I'm flying off to the World Series of Poker, but I will be following Irina. I'll be following this channel, so I'll certainly be stopping by to say hi. By the way, we're wrapping up a little early today because the games were pretty quick. Very well played. Of course, Firouzja will be sad about the day's play, but everybody else can feel pretty proud about how they played today. But stick around, because after the stream, we're going to be playing some viewer favorites from Hikaru's YouTube channel. And we're going to be starting with an odd adoption of Levi Rosman. Well, he gave us a beautiful raid earlier, so we had to pay him back, right, Irina?
Yes. It's only fair. And yeah, so we're going to be going to Levy's stream right now. Guys, enjoy it, and we're going to see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate our very lively chat.